Yeah, that's a conflict of interest there.
Hello and welcome as the party of Power Rangers continue their infamous tale of adventuring in the world of Tithir. Today will be in episode number 119 as the party has scouted. In the last episode, the party has reached the Olympus Fortress and they decided to go on a scouting mission, and that's basically what the whole episode was. It wasn't a shopping episode, it was a scouting episode. So Sas and Polo, they scouted the inner yard of the fortress. They have climbed the only remaining tower, which is there on the territory of the fortress. They looked around, they could perfectly see their own camp from there, but they also could see that a cemetery that has been organized on the inner side of the castle walls. They discovered and identified that the cemetery contains some of the symbols they were looking for, which were identified to them by Bradus. But they decided not to dig any graves yet. They also saw a ghostly, invisible creature hovering above the body of a traveler that has been dragged in the middle of the castle yard. They were trying to avoid it as much as possible, and for the most part they were successful until the very end, where it has finally passed its check and addressed intruders into the castle. Polo and Saz decided to actually flee as soon as possible, and they rushed back through the same crack in the city wall, in the castle wall. They entered the the castle through. Only Raven Farwell could see a silhouette of somebody staring at them from inside of the crack, and that silhouette looked like this. I'm going to scroll a bit for you just to remind you. It's a bit higher in Maps Lore channel. Now also visible on the stream. Yeah. And basically the scouting party decided to return as early as possible because it's getting darker and darker. So now it's about 9 p.m. as you all reunite back into the camp, and I think the last thing you did were discussing your findings among the group. You also remember that there was a... Paula definitely knows that there is an underground level in the whole citadel, and you also have seen stairs going down in this one single remaining guard tower, which was leading to lower floors. But you decided not to go there, and So this is how we ended the last game, with the party finishing their scouting missions and reuniting back at the camp.
So what time was it? It was about to start being nighttime, right?
Yeah. So nighttime is soon. It's 9 p.m. as you return back to the camp. And Rafe, as you've seen the glimpse of that figurine staring at you from the direction of the castle, Farwell also notices that. But as you pointed to your party, thinking, oh, they might be chased by something or someone, that's why they were rushing out of the castle so fast. Once they are turning their heads back to the castle, they do not see anything. Neither are you. The silhouette disappears.
Okay, but did you just say that Firewall also saw it?
Yeah, you both. You saw your party members running away in a big rush from the castle. You saw them how so that definitely attracted your attention.
Mm-hmm.
So what does the party do?
I think Paul and Sasa are still running towards the others.
Yeah, you reunite back at the camp. Takes you a couple of moments to catch up your breath, but as you're looking behind, you no longer can see anyone chasing you.
All right. So what do we do?
Well, did we already talk about the findings? I guess.
Yeah, let's assume we do. Yeah, Polo would tell everyone what he saw, like not causing up anything.
I can quickly summarize for you for the sake of fractured memories. So yeah, you've seen that majority of the ghosts which are roaming the inner castle yard, they were in the buildings which were attached to the castle walls, but you didn't interact with any of them. They looked restless and moving aimless. You've seen the guard tower, you climbed it, and you also seen that guard tower actually also has some underground floors to it. You didn't go there. You also visited the cemetery, which contained some of the graves, potentially with the remains of those who were close to Bradus. Yes, and then there was also a ghost above the body of the travelman who seems to be who has chased you away basically from the castle. Yeah, those were your discoveries from last time.
Should I suggest something or?
Absolutely. I don't know why everyone is so silent.
So
unless is a huge sound problem and then you're just being polite. Is there?
I haven't seen anyone. The castle is empty. Everyone's dead. I don't know why we came here. Let's go back.
What? I told you, says Polo. Well, anyways.
Who else saw that? Whatever you saw.
So I still think it makes most sense to not go in during the night. Right? Like the idea was one of the options we had is we wait until daytime, then we go in, we get the items, maybe the ghosts are still there, we can maybe free them. And once we have this accomplished, we go in again. But we just try to operate during daytime. I mean, probably they're stronger during the night, right?
There was something during the day that we found out last time, and then we also then decided that we should attack during nighttime, but I don't remember.
Oh. Yeah. So what was the reason?
Yeah, good question.
You should ask your note keeper if that's true.
Note keeper?
How many note keepers do we have?
ChatGPT, what do we do? Create a plan. Is it still? There's still sunlight right now.
No, it's already shadows. It's almost night. It's 9 p.m.
Okay, we already did.
I mean, Paolo can still, conjure like a tiny hut, and we wait there until it's daytime.
Okay.
Could do that.
I mean, we can do the object search in the morning. Yes. But there was something with the ghosts in the day, and I'm
But
sure.
what?
I don't know. But for the items, we can do that for sure. Yes.
I think we rolled that the ghosts don't care about the sunlight. I think we rolled for that. Someone rolled some intelligence, and the ghosts didn't really care about daylight or nightlight.
Polo would know such things for certain.
Polo says we don't go in during the night.
Okay.
I assume my knowledge is congruent with one of Polo.
Do you want to make a persuasion for the group?
No, like I want to draw on what Polo knows, because I'm not Polo. What does he know? What does Polo know about ghosts?
It's a common knowledge for the ghost that as one of the... Or it's common knowledge for the Polo about the ghosts that weak undead most often have the greatest enemy as sunlight. And of course, vulnerability to radiant damage. So, paladins, clerics, they are the biggest enemies of undead in that regard. Especially the simplest ones. And
So
yeah.
probably they don't like sunlight.
Probably.
Hey, well, we're gonna just sit here and wait.
We're gonna talk about the plan for the morning now.
The ghost's been here for 1,000 years. Nothing's gonna change over the one night.
Yeah, but you know, they go back to the ruins during the daytime, so we can roam them easier, probably. I mean, we've been fighting lots of dark creatures. We've been fighting lots of dark creatures, and usually it was always a better choice not to face them during nighttime, because then they get regen. I don't know, they get maybe advantage on attacks, whereas during the daytime they get neither. But
did you have
I mean, we
plan
can
written
also go
in the
in.
general channel?
I think someone was supposed to write it, right? So maybe someone did.
Oh, actually, I did. Yeah. Premise: ghosts don't like sunlight. Bullet point 1: sleep outside in tiny hut until day. Bullet point 2: go in during day to find items. Day equals no ghosts. Retrieve items, ready for night. Night, go in, free the ghosts, and then go to basement, fight big boss. That's the plan. Whatever the notes from last time. And maybe we can, in between, ask the shield. Like he knows the place, maybe he can help us find the objects, etc.
Persuasion succeeds. Persuasion.
Okay.
Sounds good.
I just have a small question, DM. I remember that we used to have Tiny Hut with Bob. And I think it was possible to cast a Tiny Hut and then for Bob to sleep in it. Is that correct? Or you would know better, Sergey?
I think you cast it as a ritual.
You cast it and you sleep in it.
Yeah,
it stays on the place where it was. You cannot leave. You cannot leave.
Mm.
Yeah, it's
okay.
I think the person who cast it, if he goes away from there, then it loses its kind of...
Yes. If you leave, if the caster leaves the hut, then it goes away.
But others
Okay.
can
Otherwise,
it
goes away
out
after 8 hours.
normally. Yeah, it's 8 hours the whole night, basically.
Yeah, I just saw this tiny little sign there. I thought it means concentration, but it's actually a ritual. Yep, cool. Yeah, so we can do that. Everyone up for having a nap and recovering spell slots, if any were expended.
Who used any spells today?
Paulo did.
Okay.
Okay.
So what time is the sunlight?
Sometime around 6 a.m.
So it's a bit too early to cast the dome.
It shouldn't be a problem. Don't worry about that.
I mean, probably you have dawn at 5 a.m., right? That's when the sunlight starts.
It's when your tiny hut ends, yes.
Yay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, then casting Tiny Hut as a ritual, it will take 1 minute. Then we have 8 hours of sleep.
Okay, cool. Please cast the spell. And then can you also please describe us how does your tiny hut look from the inside? Because previously the party has seen the spell being cast by Bob, but the way how it's organized on the inner side, of course, depends on the taste and preferences of a caster. So how would Polo organize his tiny hut?
It's a good question. Oh. Yeah, okay, probably no. Wow, I don't know. Don't ask me those creativity questions. I have to think
that's
about
part
Polo.
of the game. Huh? That's a collaborative storytelling game.
Okay, so then let's assume that the tiny hut looks a bit more like it doesn't really look like a hut per se. It more looks like a concentration of fog. So you cannot really quite tell where does it start, where does it end, at least not from outside.
And once you
there are
enter
just-
in, what's there?
Then you would find like a cozy, maybe fireplace with like
Jacuzzi.
just few cushions and jacuzzi. No.
Okay. Feel free to find also a picture for us or something.
I ran out of ChatGPT image generations. Not sure how to find an according image.
Okay. So as
It's
you're
not
all
relevant.
walking in, you see this very nicely lovely tiny hut equipped with everything that the adventuring party might need in their rest time during the adventure. As you're walking in, you find your identify sleeping spot, and the magic itself actually allows you to skip letting anyone to be on the guard for the night, like you did the previous night. So this is how the tiny hut works. As long as the caster didn't leave it, it should be protective enough. That's what Bob told you before. That's trust the great wizard and Polo, great cleric. Please mark a long rest, everybody. If you want to do anything during the long rest, also feel free to announce it.
Can I
So
talk to the sword and ask if he can somehow help with the ghosts?
Absolutely, yeah. At any moment, your mind link with the sword is established, so you can address him mentally without even speaking. Nobody will know that you're even conversing.
Just paranoia, talking to myself. And so the sword tells me that of course he will help me, and he will reveal all the ghosts within a 20 feet radius. Right? Yeah.
As Sas is doing some empowering meditation, that's not what the sword tells him. So as the sword sees the environment you wear, he has seen the creatures, he feels them as well. And he answers you back that as much as he likes the decent, good fight, the great warrior also knows his own limits and his own weak points. And just as he was disappointed back in the crypt of Rafe's, like a tiefling crypt, where you try to attack the ghost, now the sword has a crisis of faith that what if the other ghost would act the same, and you wouldn't be able to do any damage. So he is really uncertain about the ghost. He says it's
Legendary weapon, by the way. Okay.
So if you can
I
make
will.
a ghost material by any means, that would help a lot. If you would prevent them from escaping into ethereal plane, if they have those abilities, that would be amazing. Yeah, he will definitely try to be aware and assist you in case he knows anything more.
Can he speak to your ghosts, maybe? Or he can only speak to me?
Oh, he speaks with those with whom he has established mind link.
Okay,
it's with
that's it.
Rafe, anything for you during the long rest?
Healing potions, how many can I do?
3.
Okay.
Feel free to distribute them.
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead.
So, if there's a ghost, let's say he's not in the ethereal plane, it should be able to hit him with a magic weapon, right? They're not immune to that. Maybe resistant, but they're not immune.
Of course.
Oh, okay, good. It sounded a bit more negative all the time.
When I was describing, I specifically mentioned the sword has the crisis of confidence, because last time he was used against Ghost, the Ghost basically avoided the whole damage. And yeah, this is not the enemy that the Finger Eater or any other of the owners of the Edge of Stormar were fighting, because they are preferring material enemies, those who bleed, those whom heads you can cut off. Right, Sus?
Scammed.
Yeah, it's just disadvantage. I think you still have like lots.
I'm yet to
Lots of
discover
chances.
the amazing possibilities provided by this great weapon. Maybe it's gonna glow if I hold it near the ghost. Like a ghost detector, you know.
Are
maybe
we
something
into
like
the Lord of the Rings territory now?
Yes. This small sword. We'll see tomorrow.
Okay. Rafe has just made the healing potions. Paula is doing anything special?
I mean, sleeping, I think. Aren't like 8 hours, like the full long rest? Don't people have to sleep to regain spell slots? Or
yeah, they do.
how does it work?
Unless you want to do some, I mean, if you want to converse with someone, if you want to make a prayer, anything during your camp time.
Oh yeah, okay, definitely. So Polo uses Vigilant Blessing on... Who sucks at initiative? I mean, Farwood sucks at initiative, but anyone else wants? Like...
I have really bad initiative.
Okay, it's good if you have good initiative. So he blesses Rage. So next time you have a roll for initiative, you have advantage.
Usually it's Rafe who casts some good spells on you, like Intellect Fortress. Now you cast something back.
And then he will just pray to his god and ask for help. And yeah, to be for luck to be in his favor.
Cool. Yeah, so I hope everybody marked a long rest, and now it's early morning. The sun is rising. During the night you could hear a howling somewhere at the distance from your tiny hut. But that wasn't anywhere close. That wasn't and nobody was trying to break through to the hut. So Paula would definitely know if somebody would try to get into without his permission. So nothing of that has happened. As you are in the morning awake with the first sun, Farvald, You do feel a certain warmth in those moments coming from your shield.
Oh. Yeah, right. I have two characters. Howard wants to talk to the shield. And especially, like, he's reminded when the shield starts to feel warm. And he realizes, okay, we're going towards the morning hours. And yeah, I think he would try to place the shield in the sunlight. I think actually the sunlight would fall into the tiny hut. And tries to ask the shield, like, if he has any idea what we should do, where we could find the items. Or what's in the basement.
As the ghost of the General Brados reappears in front of you, he is making a few deep breaths first. Then he turns back to you and says, I can still smell the ash as if it's been burned yesterday. My brethren, I know they seek for salvation as much as I do. I hope you can put them to rest. As for the towers, they were formidable defensive structures back then. Some of them had gunpowder cellars there. Some of them had treasury. Some of them had food supplies for the garrison stored in the lower levels. Of course, most of the things has been razed and seized after the citadel has been sieged successfully. So, yeah, you can find the former prison cellars, warehouse rooms, or anything else that is a part of a normal citadel structure.
And where would your other self be? What would you think is the darkest place in this fortress? Where might we find him?
As you're asking him, you notice how he is putting his hand on his chest, and with this gesture he is covering that patch that has been forcefully removed from his uniform. You've seen it, that patch. And he says, the further away it is from the light, this is where I would be looking for it. For him. For me.
All right.
I can sense his presence now is weaker than the past evening. On the surface.
Yeah, probably he's evading the sunlight. Okay, cool. Then Faldo's good to go. Haldo's good to go.
Sus. What does Sus think about massive paladin ghost appearing from a shield of Farvel?
It's another scam, I think. These people who died long time ago, they just wanna cling to life and be present in this world where they actually don't belong, and they have no purpose except annoying the owners and masters and asking them to do things like, yeah. That's what Sas thinks. But Sas comes with some ideas about how to make his weapon useful. In some ways.
So?
He thinks about maybe changing his weapon in some way. Or altering, and he thinks about, yeah. Maybe he will find something useful on this journey. For that.
Okay. Rave, any comments from your side?
Mm-mm.
Okay, then it's up to you. What do you do next? Are you following the plan that's in the chat? Are you doing something new?
I mean, I would suggest we go to the graves and check them out to see for some items. If party agrees.
It's okay. We still wanted to find the last item as well that you never saw.
Yeah, so the bannerman symbol wasn't present in the graves that you've seen. So, you pack up, the tiny hut ceases to exist, and you're ready to go inside of the castle, correct? And you go into the cemetery.
I would like to go to the fallen body that we discovered. That looks material. And maybe turn it around, see what's the faces. I don't see any enemies.
Good. Yeah, as you're carefully approaching the crack into the wall, you're looking around and being on alert, walking inside of the yard. You do not see any ghost or any undead present in the inner yard. The only object that immediately attracts all of your attention, of course, the body of a humanoid lying next to a makeshift camp house. And this is where Sas seemingly going right away. The others, meanwhile, can see as Paula shows them direction where the cemetery is. It's by left wall if you continue walking. Sas, you are approaching the dead body of a humanoid. I would like you to roll for investigation.
Okay. 16.
Yeah. As you notice that the body has been definitely dragged all the way from the castle wall here. You notice there's slight tracks of it, and how dusty and moody is his clothing from this drag. The body seems to be of a person who deceased several days ago already. So at least 3 days. You notice that most of the supplies that he has on him, next to him, are kind of like wet and kind of starting to slowly lose their quality. So you find the adventurer's backpack in there with a pickaxe, several torches, a rope, and also several dozens of the arrows.
Put in the bag of holding.
Why not?
Yeah, sure, you can take it. He also has something in his hands, but might be a trap.
Feels like investigating that.
Rafe, you want to check it?
Yeah, I'm not touching the body yet. This is a cursed place. Maybe something happens.
I mean, I can try with the mage hand to see if it can touch it a bit, but it might be too heavy. But I can try.
Of course. You notice how Rafe is casting Mage Hand spell, and then it seems to be going over to the body and then slowly getting to the fist. And then the power of Mage Hand is enough to force the hand of a dead man to open. And as open up, there seems to be a white powder inside of his how do you fist. It's a fist. Sorry, fist. Yeah. And because it was clenched, I noticed that this power wasn't corrupted by water or moisture. It was just covered in there. As you're trying to investigate closer, you see that this is salt.
Oh, salt.
He
Okay.
really
Do we
likes
know
this
if
salt.
if with salt we can, like throw it to a ghost and it would stay there?
Ray, if you can please roll for me religion or arcana. Polo, you can roll religion or arcana. If it's a religion, it's with advantage.
Uh-huh.
20.
Polo's really bad at religion for being a cleric. But honestly, this kind of fits the character because he's not like he didn't go to to a church and learned about stuff there.
Street was his
it
church.
just happened.
Okay.
Whoa, still 18 still. Cool.
Still 18. Okay, Rave 20, Polo 18. So, you both realize that this person who is lying dead in front of you, he probably wasn't a mage for sure, as it's quite common for peasants and other common folk to try to protect themselves from evil using the things at hand, and salt is very often used in those homemade rituals, especially by grandmas in their villages. It's believed among the common folk that using the salt can prevent some undead being into crossing into your own houses or apartments. Yes, so common folk use the salt for that. And Polum, as a cleric, you would know that this has some grains of truth in it, as it's able to distract or just reduce the willingness of a ghost or anybody else to chase after you. It's not a killer weapon against them, but it can be just disrupting against simple undead, very simple undead.
Okay. Are we carrying any salt?
Basically it's a simple supplies for in the rations. You're carrying the food with you, so you would have a bit definitely with you, but not a bag of it. You would have something that you would call, let's say, a fist or two of salt.
Okay. Is it enough to make a circle around the party?
Oh, yeah.
Everyone's salt.
Okay, that's cool. So, in case we get zerked, we can just make a circle of salt. Well, maybe that helps. Somehow. Alright, good. But anyone has an idea how we can make those ghosts visible? In case we find one?
I said last time I have a few see invisibility. If that helps. How many? 3, I think. That I bought almost a year ago.
Okay. How long do they?
Yeah, that's surprising. I think it's 1 hour. We can check. Let's investigate. It's 1 hour, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just run around, and once something weird happens, then maybe we have to use stuff. Like, I mean, Polo can see invisibility, but he doesn't have infinite spell slots. That's kind of the problem. Other than that, I think... Wait, you said that right, Rafe? That maybe salt would help to make a ghost visible. Maybe we have something else, some other powder we could. I know, but no, it doesn't work. Ghosts are incorporeal; they're not invisible.
So that would not work.
Dang.
The,
I don't think so. Probably not. Like, I mean, okay. While we think about how we deal with the invisibility, Paolo would. Oh no, wait. Actually, Paolo can. Wait a minute. Paolo probably has a way to make many enemies or a bunch of enemies visible. Yeah.
Enemies? Where is enemies?
really?
It's just in a very small area, and it's concentration, so I'd only use it in a fight. But yeah. No enemies for now. So Polo kneels down and would make a short prayer for the soul of the deceased body. Like, I mean, taking into account how he died and was dragged in there, that's not the way to go. And he also heard the shield about freeing the souls, so thinks it's the right thing to do.
Sas will collect
Very
some
good.
ashes from a fire pit into a pouch.
That's good.
Yeah, absolutely you can. Yeah, you notice how you see how Polo is doing a short ritual for the deceased, using the holy symbol of Pyros in his hand, making a couple of incantations, and as you're doing that, Polo, you feel that as if there is something walking just past you, but the only way how you identify it is just that you have those like goosebumps on the left side of your body, the one that you're holding the holy symbol. And as you're finishing the incantation, the feeling disappears, and you do feel that it had an effect, that your prayer has been heard and answered, and that this person's soul is now in a good hands, Pyros.
Okay. That's good. So we just have to find them now, because not all have a body. Let's see.
Did you tell us about the gold beneath the towers?
Yeah, Paulo said everything. Oh, no, that was actually Farwell, because everyone heard that, because it was the shield guy saying it.
Okay. You guys deal with the graveyard. I'll go look around at the fallen towers. Maybe I'll find something that we missed in the night.
Was splitting up ever a good idea?
Yeah.
I don't see any enemies. Are we gonna go? Okay, I can stay also together. Let's stay together.
Like, we just do the graveyard stuff quickly, and then maybe we go together.
Okay.
Okay, as you're proceeding further to the graveyard, it takes several minutes for you to go there, especially since you're not running, you're trying to be attentive, not to disturb any extra stones, like not to leave extra marks of your presence per se. So as you're distancing yourself from the body and getting closer to the cemetery, now everybody of you can see that the symbols on the top of each of the gravestones, in the daily sun, they seem to have some gold ornament in them. It wasn't really noticed last evening, it was just too dark for that. But now, as you're getting closer, the remains of the beautification that somebody tried to make on those graveyards is now more apparent. Yeah, and as you're starting to counting those symbols, you do notice that, open my notes, that the graves have the following symbols: arrow, mace, horse knight, galleon, guitar, trebuchet, and pikeman. So please tell me, what are you going to do? Which are you planning to dig out? Which not? Yeah, because there are 4 people, you have 4 pairs of hands. You have adventure supplies. I guess you have some field shovels.
Farwell would take out the shield and try to ask him, would this be like the right place to start digging? And if so, which one of the graves?
Farvald, you get inspiration for that.
Okay. Thank you.
As you are trying to concentrate on the powers and call Brados to appear, you notice his silhouette, not as bright as he was in the morning when he was sunbathing in those sunlight, and also it's a different time now of the day, so it's not that visible, but he's definitely present there. And as he looks around, he is looking, my fellow countryman, what we went through together, those lives we saved, those lives that were lost. I might be joining you soon. And as he is looking through the whole graves, you ask him a question like which one to dig or something, yes? He looks through all the symbols, and as he is going through them, he seems to be murmuring the names of those people who are there. And then he stops next to one of the graves, and he seems to be puzzled. He says, "This one does not belong here. This has been made later. It's none of my men, but it was made to be like one." And he points at the grave which has a guitar symbol on it.
Do you think it might be an enemy?
I do not know. But somebody tried to make a perfect addition. Perfect copy.
Suspicious.
As you're looking through other gravestones, you notice that this one is seemingly looking as old and rusty and destroyed. Like it took some time for it. It was weathered some ages, just like other gravestones. That's the very first impression the guitar gravestone gives to you.
Okay. Good. So I think we should be careful with this one. Probably not going to find any of the items there. All right.
I'm not digging. It's all you guys.
Why don't you want to dig?
I can dig.
The princess do it.
Monk sends a sorcerer to dig a grave. You go into the front line. Okay, I mean, Farwell is digging. I mean, I think once we touch like this fake grave, there would be something standing up. It would be like some undead foe. I have a strong feeling.
Yeah.
Okay. How do we want to prepare for a fight, or do we just start digging? What do you feel like?
Who is gonna dig? Because maybe I can already use some intellect fortress on me and someone else.
Intellect fortress for digging grave? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, for the
Are you
person
that
that is digging the
afraid?
grave, right?
Level
Because
13.
something's gonna get triggered.
Heroes.
Preventing mental strainage from the digging.
Just drink some wine and start digging already.
Oh, wait, wine. We can just pour some holy water over that fake grave and see what happens.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, yeah, probably we're not going to kill anything. We're just going to wake up whatever's in there. But it's a good way to start a fight, isn't it? Or do we just ignore it?
No, so
Do you feel like fighting, or we ignore the fake grave?
no, we should check it because
Okay.
it's very interesting. Yeah.
Okay, and then I guess Farwald like already conjures a pact weapon. Probably just a longsword, and then takes out a flask of holy water and empties it
Just a
on the
little
fake
bit of-
grave.
Really?
Oh, not okay. Yeah,
No.
you're right. Just doesn't empty it, but let's say a quarter. Puts a quarter of the flask on.
Come
What?
on. Not going to count the quarters or not the quarters. Just the flask.
And like he
No.
starts, and if nothing happens after a quarter,
Okay, a
he
drop.
does so
Let's
with the
say a
rest of the
drop.
graves.
You do the drop
Okay.
and nothing happens.
So we assume this is safe.
Yes. Do I have some feeling? Maybe sometimes I get these weird feelings from getting close to something. Not always, but
Brave, you feel that this cemetery is nicer to be than in the Danudan statue because it's outdoors.
okay.
That's the only
I like
feeling you
outdoors.
get.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, it's safe. Sure.
I'm gonna bring a big boulder. So if something raises up, I'm gonna just dump a huge boulder on it. So
If we can.
just
yeah,
in
sure.
case, since you're so
That's good.
afraid.
I mean, that's like hold action, right? Hold action, and
Who is digging?
Fun.
no one. No.
No, wait.
You have a packed
I thought the
shovel
farm-
up.
Farrell was gonna dig, right? Or Polo? Like who?
Why does it have to be Farwald or Polo?
Because you said you were gonna dig. I said that I could also do it, but then you said that you were gonna do it. So
Yeah,
Both
but then
weird undead guys.
we put the holy water on it, and then we decided there's nothing. Let's just go for the other graves, right?
oh, okay.
Or maybe it could also be like a magic trap, you know, and then we just don't want to trigger it. Or do we?
Well, I think
So you're not digging it.
Ah, you got covered. Okay.
Hmm.
Rafe, show them how it's done.
Sure, I probably.
Fireball.
I mean, I would do it, but yeah, if all the party thinks it's a bad idea.
You can do it with a mage hand. How about that?
Can the mage just start like carving the water, then the earth?
No, the mage hand takes the shovel or whatever we have, and then digs with the shovel.
Oh, I'm not sure if it can actually lift it because it's,
No?
it's very heavy.
Yeah, it
No.
can lift as much as, one potion.
Yeah,
This is how much.
So it's
the
kind
mage
of like
can do.
scratching at the
Yeah.
grave, or
Yeah, like,
that would be the only thing it can do.
it would take it some time to dig anything, that method.
Maybe I'll leave it there. Like, just keep on doing that while we're moving.
okay. Like so, Farwald is just gonna dig at one of the other graves.
Okay.
Like the other graves, they seem to be relevant, right? But before digging, he puts one drop of the holy water on the
each
grave.
Okay.
No, yeah, okay. Why not? It's just a drop.
So as you are consecrating the ground before starting to dig the ground, Sas is holding a massive boulder in his hands, waiting for anything to appear right from the underground. Taking a shovel forward and start digging. Nothing happens when you drop any of the holy water. And as you keep on digging, you'll notice that the top level of the ground is fairly hard, so a pickaxe would be really helpful to start with. But yeah, you're a strong and capable man.
Forward can just take the pickaxe he has.
Exactly, you're also resourceful and capable man. So take a pickaxe and easily do an easy job of the top layer of soil. Under it, of course, it goes much easier. You dig approximately like a meter in, and then you start noticing some white remains. Those seems to be bones and some pieces of armor, or maybe apparel, but everything is in complete mess, kind of destroyed. It's hard to make sense what is what. But yeah, the skeleton, somebody has been buried here for sure. So everybody, Sas, you're holding the thing and ready to drop it at any moment. Nothing moves. You only notice a couple of the rainworms crawling around, and that's the only movement you notice.
I'm just gonna put the stone on the grave that we decided not to dig. I was like, yeah, just sit here.
Sas, as you put the heavy boulder on top of the stone.
You did it! Oh my god!
You said you're not gonna dig, so I'm just gonna put it.
Okay.
Sas, you hear this
It could be a trap.
Yes, of course it's a trap.
Okay.
You hear a bit of a crack, and as the ground itself, it kind of lowered under the weight of the boulder, but you hear the crack of a wood. Other than that,
I don't see any enemies.
Yeah, nothing else happens.
All good, all
Can we
good.
hear it? Can we
I
all
can
hear
get
it?
some more stones to just throw the hole.
Yeah, Rafe, it sounds just like as if a heavy object has been placed on the planks of wood, and they kind of cracked. That was the sound.
Did Polo hear that?
Yeah, everybody could hear that.
Okay.
Everything's normal, so it's fine.
So I think Polo would then use the ring of X-ray vision, because he wants to understand what's buried there.
Can you tell us how deep can you look into the soil and into the wood?
Yes, that would be up to 3 feet of wood or dirt.
That's up to 1 meter in depth.
I mean, if there's another material, then it would be a bit less. But for dirt, earth, and wood, would be that.
Paula, as you are using this effect of, you immediately can see deeper into all around of you. It's 30 feet, I think, radius. As you can see through objects, through material objects. And as you're looking exactly in the grave, which has a guitar symbol of it, you observe there's something that always you found your fascination. It was always close to your heart.
A chest.
Gold. Or my family, I don't know.
Now, you realize that there is a chest there, and which the cover of the chest has just cracked under the heavy stone, and it was barely covered with the dirt. Somebody might have tried to hide it in a rush. But the chest contains some metal objects in there and also got some gold. Some objects like gold pieces.
Ooh, that's interesting. So, since solid objects within the radius appear transparent, and they don't prevent light from passing through them, does Polo also notice maybe there are like some runes on that chest, or something like this, or something that looks like a trigger mechanism, like a trap?
Because you're using X-ray vision, yeah, you have a perfect visibility. You do not see any trigger mechanism, anything that would look like a trap, like you've seen in the chest of ravens back in the airfield.
Okay. So also no runes, no inscriptions.
I don't think you can see runes per se. You can see objects.
I can see through objects.
Yeah, but the runes are not exactly material stuff. The warding runes or something. No, that is not.
Okay. Then Polo points it out to the party and says, "There's a chest. Let's check it out. There's gold in it."
Okay.
So there is still a huge boulder lying on the top of that grave that Sas carried.
And they.
So Sas is the only one who can physically take out this boulder. So he takes the boulder, rolls it aside, and then starts to, like, using the directions that Paula provides. He is starting to dig the grate, and then with his massive power of his ogre glove fist, he is ripping out the top part of the chest. And you can all see that not really deep into the ground. There is a chest maybe like 30 on 40 centimeters in dimensions. Inside of it, you notice the bag, which Paula immediately points to you, saying that it contains some gold coins in there. The gold coins are of a very particular shape. So this type of gold coins is mostly used in Tandoori.
Oh, okay.
We have some more of that.
Yeah, you already have those. That's why you recognize them.
Oh, we still have them. We never exchanged them.
I think you. I don't know if you exchanged them. Maybe you have traded them, but that's I need to check in my notes. But you encountered them in the Aquablade Lighthouse before. Yes, and
I still have it actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Such.
Cool. And Sas, as you are looking to the side, you notice that there is a rapier being wrapped very carefully into like a pack of clothes and preventing it from. Also, it's quite oiled, so it can stand the passage of time. And inside of on the handle of the rapier, there seems to be inserted a note, a scroll. It's rolled in, so you cannot see it. Are you taking it, observing it?
Paula, some scrolls. Maybe it's we're lucky today. You know, maybe it's thanks to your pray yesterday. You prayed. So you take it. I don't need this thing.
What kind of deception is that?
Open it.
Sus is sus. Yes.
I'll take one coin, just as a for my collection.
Sure. Please add one coin to your stash.
one ancient coin.
Paula, are you
from
taking the
Olympus
scroll?
Fortress.
What do I see when I look at the scroll with the ring of X-ray vision?
Nothing.
Do I see
You
something?
see through it.
Hmm.
It's a piece of paper. It's your X-ray vision doesn't give you, you know how the object looks like.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. Damn it. I mean, okay, so Polo, like he really feels it. He really wants to take this treasure. At the same time, he's knowledgeable about this stuff. So he doesn't just grab it. He knows there's a risk to it. So he would maybe, I don't know, investigate it, like walk around it and check everything. Does he see something suspicious? Like
You don't want
rooms
to read
this
scroll.
time. Like, I mean, I don't want to touch it for now.
I can
She's
touch
gonna
it.
take it and give it to Paula. As I see, he starts walking around. Yeah.
Everyone's being so careful today.
As you were trying to do the investigation, Sas is just doing exactly that. Takes out from the rapier handle that scroll and then gives it to you. Like basically smashes it in your chest, Like, take it.
Yeah. No, just take it. I mean, you wanted it.
So Paulo just waits like 5 seconds if anything happens. If nothing happens, he takes the paper.
Yeah, nothing happens.
And reads it.
As pretends to be, I'm not feeling well. I see shadows. No,
Sas,
just
please
kidding.
roll for performance if you want to do that.
Let's see if something happens. Now it's 7. You can see through it.
You can all see how Sas tried to make like a joke. And the joke quality was 7.
Come on, guys. Finish up with those, dead people. We don't have all day.
Paula,
So,
as
Paula
you're
reads it.
looking at the list, it seems to be written in common, but it does have certain words and letters in the wrong order. Sometimes they're substituted by numbers, so there is certain kind of cipher in there. You think it reminds you somewhat the ciphers that you've used by you've seen in your lifetime as bounty hunter back in the capital. And you think that with your previous knowledge, it might take you some time, but you probably could crack it by yourself.
Oh, cool. Yeah, Paulo definitely wants to crack the riddle.
Okay, so please add it as an object for you, and this would be your awful activity during the long rest or something. Just remind me about that. Make sure you keep it. Okay. Rafe, you can see how that nothing, like the digging works basically stopped now as everybody observes the chest. Rafe, are you keep on digging?
I mean, we are kind of stuck on this grave for now, right?
You have a dozen of others nearby as well.
I mean, can we start with the rest while you're here doing your
Of course.
chest magic? Yeah, I'll just go to another one that hasn't been touched.
You can all observe how the princess of Tiefling Kingdom, now as everyone is fascinated with the chest and its content, she just bravely takes a shovel and goes to a nearby grave, which is a symbol that has been identified for you. And you start digging. Yes. At this moment, let's go on a short pause. 5 minutes or something. And then we back.
All right.
Okay, we're back from the
Okay.
pause, and you can tell everybody. I guess your party is mostly interested in that, to know that what you can do and you cannot, especially about your attuned items.
Yeah, why not? So Farwald attuned to Abominable Ring, which is good in that sense that it gives him +2 bonus to Constitution, and he becomes resistant to cold damage. And that is the most important part. Because I feel we might face undead, and undead might be paired with cold damage, so that might be very helpful.
Resistances are always good.
And kind of same thing for Polo.
Okay, Rave, do you have a microwave working there? No.
No, I don't know where it comes from. I don't know what you're hearing, but I see how it's turning green.
Yeah, your mic catches your clock.
Oh, it's just a clock, yeah, because there's not really settings here for sensitivity.
Okay. Should be fine. Okay, cool. Thank you everybody who joined as a party of Power Rangers. Come back from pause to continue the grave digging spree. And you've just observed how a princess of Tiefling Kingdom was bravely taking a shovel in her hands and started to do the real work. Meanwhile, everybody else were just staring at the chest. Yeah, you start digging into another grave, and you're following the exactly same procedure like Farwell did. The top layer of the soil you remove, and you help yourself with a pickaxe a bit to make it easier to remove, because it's kind of harder. It's kind of very dense, but then once you pass the first 20 centimeters, the shovel digs through the ground, no problem. And just as in the other grave, approximately 1 meter in, you're finding the remains of the body and also the armor of another person that was buried there. Yep. Everybody else is still staring at the box. Or you're all doing the digging, so please tell me.
I mean, Polo wants not to just stare at the box, he wants to take the gold.
I'm motivating Rave to dig faster.
Are you using her whip?
Okay.
If she gives me, I can, do stuff.
No. He motivates me just with words. And I feel like doing it.
Straight down to hell! Faster, Rave. Few more meters.
Yes.
The undead are waiting.
Everyone else is just staring at the chest. The chest. Yeah.
Okay, Paula,
I don't know what I
meanwhile,
can do.
Sas, of course, you see it and Farwell sees it, but Paula is kind of like taking the gold in for safekeeping, as he always says.
Whatever.
Yeah, I will tell you how much it is once you have like a bit of free time to count it.
Okay, like how much does it seem to be? Is this Polo just taking full hands out of this chest, or?
Yeah, it would require you to grab it and hold it. It's a good weight on one hand.
Okay.
Well, I just ask Farwell to check if it's cursed. Don't, Rush.
Says
Anyway,
person who just took
it's your goal.
one gold already from there.
Mine is not cursed. I picked the non-cursed one. It's
That's
separate
a good
from the-
idea, but Farwell doesn't want to expend a spell slot. You know?
The good old Farwell.
I mean, he has like three spell slots. Once we
I
feel
washed
that,
mine with holy water, so maybe that helps.
I mean, once we see something suspicious, he can definitely use remove curse. But unless party's willing to wait for an hour and chill,
Here,
cool.
no.
Then no remove curse.
It's already lunchtime, so we don't have to.
Okay, so the
So-
party keeps on digging.
I guess anything else we need to do?
I mean, can we identify personal items of the people buried there, except the fake grave?
Yeah, of course. As you're looking at the remains that Rafe and Sas previously have uncovered on the top, this has been an armor or weaponry before, but with the passage of time, now those are just remains of something destroyed. So, yeah. This is not something to be of use or something to be sold or anything of a other than sentimental value.
Maybe we can take a part of it. Maybe that counts.
Yeah, of course you can. So
Yeah,
I
Sound
assume
to
that's
take a
what
part
you.
of it.
So Farwell carefully collects a piece from each grave you have opened up. Meanwhile, Rafe keeps on digging. Sas keeps on swearing the motivation speeches.
I'm gonna dump the body from the center of the plots into the place where we found the. He's gonna be the guitar hero guy, so we have a slot for him.
You wanna drop him into the guitar grave?
Yeah, I mean he's dead. We have a grave.
Polo's helping him, not dropping the body, but lowering the body into the pit.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. So you clearing up the spot for him and you bring the body. Meanwhile, Rafe keeps on digging.
Polo would like to perform like a ritual for the whole grave. It's a 2 - 1.
Okay, I see. 2 - 1. Religion roll from a cleric. Here we go.
Mhm.
So, what exactly were you trying to say?
I guess I have to fuck this up now. So, midway throughout the ritual, Polo realizes, it's actually so much work because it's such a big area. He gets kind of bored, and then he started with something like, I don't know, like find peace on the way into the other world, and then halfway he starts just mumbling and just no, and doesn't even finish.
Okay, so everybody else were standing there and waiting for the whole speech, and then midway you're kind of like abandoning it all, and people don't know how to react. That was your first sermon they could observe, and yeah, considering you need to do such a sermon, I mean, you were thinking about doing such a sermon for other lost souls. You understand now personally, Polo, how much tiring of endeavor that would be.
Yeah, but Polo still thinks he did a good job, so he's like, all right, done here, let's go.
That's enough, yes. Okay. So, yeah, as you're doing something else and you're doing the prayers, and Farwell and Rafe keep on digging, and it takes you another, I would say, around 4 hours until you're digging out all of the indicated graves. If you want to dig out the rest, those were not part of the... that didn't have a symbol on it, you can also do those. But you have no info on those. There are just a couple of them. So
I mean-
Farwald carefully picks a single object, whether it's a piece of a bone or a piece of an armor, something that belonged to a person in the grave, and marks them and collects them in a separate bag. So,
If there's time in between, can Farwald ask the shield if this will do? Like collecting like one piece of each grave?
absolutely, yeah. As everybody else is like waiting, you're asking Bradus, how does it all feel? He doesn't manifest himself this time into reality. Rather, he is answering from a shield itself and says, yes, that would be of great help once we have a face-off.
Okay.
Mark this part complete. Yes.
Oh,
Now-
nice. Okay, that was good.
So this is a midday now,
Mhm.
as you dig to all of the graves. And yeah, what do you do next?
This was easier than expected.
Mhm.
DM, correct me. The only exit from this area is through the crack in the wall.
There are many cracks in that wall. The one that you entered through was the biggest in the direction you're coming from, Danodon statue. But most of the wall on the opposite side of the citadel is completely missing. I described it last time. So technically,
Okay.
it would take some time to make this whole citadel as like a proper defensive structure again. But yeah, it has a lot of missing walls there.
I want to prepare a sign
Okay.
that says property of Sir Sassly and put it somewhere on where we came from, the biggest
Wanna make a flag or something to put on the tower?
No, a sign.
Like graffiti. Sauce.
A sign. I can write.
Like graffiti
maybe-
is not writing, it's
I
so
can
that's
write on the walls. Yeah, maybe it's like a graffiti.
Yeah, you have charcoal with you.
No, I have my magical sword. That's even better.
Okay.
It should carve through the stone without problems.
It definitely won't get blunt from it. But that's not a drawing instrument per se.
Legendary weapon, by the way. Okay, I'll do some attempts of
Yeah, absolutely.
desecrating
You
the
can.
walls.
Yeah, you
Like,
absolutely can.
party rangers, Lord Lee, identity number 123, something like
Yeah,
that.
please write the text that you want to make it in a general chat for us.
Okay.
Cool.
Something
Uh,
that makes sense. Don't say that you're the leader. Yeah.
With your intelligence -1, of course. That makes sense.
God, it's gonna look awful.
It's up to him. Cool. So that's what Sas is doing. Paula was doing the ritual. Meanwhile, Rafe and Farwell were digging, but now the digging is over. It's a midday. Sas has just, you see how he walks around and places the signs in the different parts of the wall where people might be entering. So there's several signs, I guess, to be made. Yeah. Now, what does the party do next?
So now we could try to free more souls to unlock kind of the second step and then have an easier face-off. Any ideas how to gather the ghosts?
Is there something that might attract them?
Probably. I'm not sure. What does attract ghosts? I've been thinking about it, but
A more important ghost. Like, cannot really like the shields attract them somehow?
Good question. Asking the shield. Like, if it can attract the ghosts, or if there would be... I don't know. Can he feel them? Can he sense their presence somehow?
He says they're plentiful of restless souls roaming the vicinity. He can feel some of them, and yeah, they're aimless. Their existence doesn't serve no purpose. As per how to collect them, he has no clue. He was no priest in life. And the
But he can maybe-
doesn't give that knowledge to him.
He can maybe guide us to the next souls he is feeling, the closest ones. I mean, he's a paladin or so, right? He feels
He concentrates a bit, and then he's making this wide semicircle pointing at the buildings, the semi-collapsed buildings which are standing next to the existing walls. It says they're all in there.
Okay.
You're
In
talking.
where? What does it mean?
You're talking about 100, couple hundreds at least.
Yeah. Okay, we can just go there and then perform random rituals, I guess. Polo got this. Polo's good at this. Don't worry.
Random rituals. Okay. I don't have anything to attract. I mean, I have one thing, but I can release
what?
an undead skull and see if it attracts other undead.
How?
I mean, the moment you
That's
take it out, we probably need to fight it, right?
Yes. So no, let's not do it. Ready to go. I think I already done my graffiti by this point.
Okay, then let's go over to the ruins. And, yeah, I guess Polo has to expend a spell slot to see invisibility. Oh no, let's try it without. We walk around, do we find, see, feel some ghosts? Hear voices? Oh yeah, Polo's reaching out telepathically.
What?
To ghosts. To whatever can hear him.
Can you reach me
And-
one thing?
You can reach telepathically to those that you can see.
No, it's not about visibility. Pretty sure. I'm gonna check it, but I'm very
Yeah.
sure it's not.
We have already discussed that earlier, that you're not a radio. That
But it was about
broadcasts your
feeling.
voice. I mean, you can
But
always shout,
that's-
of course.
Shouting telepathically. Why not? So you rule it doesn't work, even though it doesn't say it's not about visibility.
Very much about visibility.
I mean, it says you can speak telepathically to any one creature you share language with within 30 feet. But ruling is no. I mean, if it doesn't work, then Polo doesn't do it.
It's a silent speech to one single creature. Time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You need to know that creature, what it is, who it is. You know, it's a directed message.
Oh.
It's not a shout to like, oh, random.
Okay,
ghost,
fair point.
hear me.
Okay, fair point. Yeah. Okay, then just walking through the ruins and trying to feel some presence of ghosts. Maybe.
Did you cast any spells?
Not yet.
As you all, I guess, following Polo's lead, walking after the graveyard into one of the side buildings, you walk inside, and here the roof is partly collapsed, so there's some bit of sunlight going in, but mostly it's dark, dim light in this place. And as you're looking around here and left, you realize that it smells uneasy in this room. It smells of suffering, smells of death, smells of despair. All of you can feel this feeling. The feeling seems to be very condensed in this room. But you do not see. This room that you are entering of the building is 40 on 20 in size. And you know that there are several more like other rooms like this by the walls. So you hear this voice of brothers. This is where we slaughtered them. Like sheep. Like a cattle.
Okay. I guess Polo tries his luck and starts another ritual to free the souls. And this time he addresses their despair and focuses on that this is their salvation. Sounds a bit too religious, but I'm lacking of words. And he tries to even out the path for them to go to the afterlife.
Okay, can you please this is what you are trying to say, but can you describe your actions? What are you performing in this room as a cleric?
I think Polo would kind of walk in a circle, like around the room, and then you would probably hear him murmur. So it's not like he's holding a speech, having a low voice and doing again certain signs with the hand, which remind you of Thieves' Cant, but it's kind of not.
Okay, cool. Please roll for religion or arcana.
17 religion.
Okay. So, you all can see how Polo starts to making circles just in the middle of that room. He's making some incantation, prayers, and using the holy symbol of Pyros all throughout this time. And as he's making those circles steadily, kind of like monotonous, he seemingly to be getting as if he's like in a trance. Yes. Everybody else of you is still carefully observing, expecting anything to happen, but you are at the ready in case you are attacked. Polo, you feel that in the place where you are standing and in the center of the circle, this place has no longer gives this sense of desperation and emptiness. And as you are starting to look around, you can start seeing the flickering shades around this circle. There seems to be dozens and dozens of those shades. Seemingly at the moment standing by the walls all around you and your group. And all of them are faced towards the circle that you are making now. The shadow seems to be more dense in this room right now, as if the sunlight has been cut a bit off. But none of the shades are trying to like interact with you or anyone or touch anybody. You definitely have attracted their attention of those that are in this room. You're on the right path.
What do you mean right path?
You were looking for a way to attract their attention.
No, I was trying to free them and ease their pain and bring them to the afterlife.
They are attracted and they see your efforts around, but they do not start a conversation. You do not hear a crowd murmuring. There's just silence, and it's only you who can see those shadows. You can only feel the others just can only feel the presence of some extraterrestrial beings present in the room. How do you bring them to the next step?
That was my way to bring them to the next step. I'm not sure, like, what else can I do?
Your party,
We cannot pray
advices?
together. The power of the prayer.
But
Just
that's what
believe in
Paulo
luck.
just did.
But together, not just you.
Why not? Yeah, maybe you can help Paulo by praying together with him to the god of luck, or for luck to be in all of our favor.
I thought we were
Okay,
gonna keep it more like
it's
neutral, right?
We need a neutral god.
You see that
Yeah.
Paulo is all the time holding the symbol of Pios in his hand as he's walking around the room. So
Wave, how about we make a huge fire and call upon Kossus to claim those poor souls?
I can ask. Never mind.
What?
I mean, if you wanted some fire, we can have a little fire.
I mean, but they are living in the shadows. I don't think they like light so much. If you can do that without provoking any light, that would be better.
I don't know.
Darkness.
Kossus is fire and we can have a fire pit. I don't know what Pivus, what do you need to have a Pivus attention?
Gold.
Let's
let's say
look
money, of
around and
coins,
throw
but-
out gold coins then, Let's give,
Yeah, let's
each
throw all of the chest.
each
coins.
soul a golden coin and for their pension and maybe it makes them attracts Pivus attention.
Okay.
I don't know, you're the priest of the Pivus, it's your god. I'm suggesting a fire pit.
Okay, we can, but that's a good idea. Maybe we can try it with the element of the god of luck first. If that doesn't work, we can still do the fire pit. So I don't know, like I'm bad at religion. I guess Paulo just puts his hand into the coin purse and takes out one of those older golden coins we just found, and so he starts murmuring something, and you're not quite sure what it is, but you have also difficulties understanding it. So whatever Paulo is speaking, it's not a language you do speak as well. And then with sleight of hand, he starts spinning that coin on his index finger, and after some time throwing it up.
And as you do it, as the coin lightens up, goes up in the room, as it's about to land and you're about to catch it in your hand, you see how one of the shadows urgently gets closer to you, catches that coin in his palm, and walk inside of the circle that you were just walking around. And as it passes through the barrier of that circle, it disappears with the coin in its hands.
So the coin falls to the ground, or?
No. Coin is gone with the ghost.
How can they do this to Paulo?
Basically,
Save souls and
his
waste gold?
ticket ticket in a way.
Yeah, gods take what you cherish the most, right?
As the others in the room, all the shadows have seen has just happened. Now they seem to be getting closer to you in the circle, and now all of the party, including Sas and Rafe and Farvald, can also see those silhouettes standing all around you.
Can I pull my sword and try to tell them to catch some of the souls?
We're about to free them.
I choose you.
You just should.
I believe that it can. It can be more than a shitty piece of metal that can just cut, and that's it.
But
Show
just FYI, Polo's about to free them. He's
I'm
releasing
also
their
freeing them.
souls.
Don't do anything. Let's
I
look
don't
at this.
think you're freeing them. You try to suck them into your sword. I'm
They will
just.
be free there.
No, remember the soul doesn't want ghosts. It wants blood, and they don't have any blood.
I believe in magic. I don't know what it wants and what is going on. But
You believe in magic, Sas.
yes, it's a magical sword with unlimited potential, limited possibilities.
Okay,
Let's just look at
Sas,
all of them.
you take out your sword. You can absolutely do that. And what do? You swing at them, or you throw it at them? What do you do?
I do a speech like, "You who have fallen in a battle, those who wish to join me into adventures, come and stand with me. And if you wish to leave this place, then here's your next window over there."
As you all can see the silhouettes, as Saz is raising his sword in his hand and like giving a speech to them. It's quite loud what he is saying in this room. And as those silhouettes are seeing the swords being raised, you notice that in the place where you are standing, basically in the place next to Sas, some of the silhouettes are kind of backing off
So
and
magic,
seems to
yes,
be
it works.
disappearing through the wall, and they're no longer like present in the room. And some are making like an empty space around Sas and going to the sidelines.
Sheath your sword.
Working.
Nobody
Polo shouts.
has come forward to use us or try to interact with the sword.
You're scaring them. Put away the sword.
Stop.
Sas, at this moment you remember. No, you don't remember.
I forgot.
As you're saying this speech, Farvald, you feel that the shield at your hand is kind of like heats up a bit, and then you hear the voice of Brados saying, "Those were civilians that we have slaughtered here."
Don't discriminate on your past. You can start a new life inside the sword. Create a farm, plant a tree.
Yeah, so as a result of your actions, some of the ghosts have fled the room, and some have kind of like spread around in the room. So.
Useless sword. Okay, I see that it's not working.
Paula, what you doing?
I mean, Polo's shouting at Sas to put away the sword. Because he's scaring them. He's driving them away. He's just driving them into darkness. Polo's quite agitated when he shouts this.
Oh, okay, I just tried to use my, God's power. But you don't have a monopoly here on collecting souls, Paula.
I'm not collecting them.
We never
Yes.
agreed on who gets all the souls? I just
I'm
tried
not
to do
keeping
my
them
thing.
for myself. It's not
Sure.
working. Just
We know
just
how
follow
it
where the story.
works. We all are after electrolyzer. We know how the soul magic works. But I'm gonna keep it away. I think my god didn't accept this sacrifice. Now I know.
Brave, any comments from you?
No, just continue, Polo. Yeah.
Okay. I guess Polo just puts his hand, like also with a bleeding heart, kind of, but inside the coin purse, and then, kind of like before, in sleight of hand, just throws his hand full of gold to the ceiling, and
Oh,
gives them a way out.
Charlie Xavier D&D, thank you for following. Very nice to have you here. Happy to chat. Yeah, we are having our episode number 119, and hope our sound quality and video quality is decent and not really disturbing to your ears like we had last episode. So thank you Rudy for follow. That really helps. The party of Power Rangers currently are trying to save a couple hundreds of souls in the Olympus fortress that previously were slain by a famous general, and they are performing a ritual right now. Some of the party members are sabotaging it, maybe. But you always have this interesting party dynamic. Cool.
I'm just inviting them to the shadows.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. So, Polo, as you are throwing the whole bunch of coins up in the air, it's seemingly that a whole bunch of ghosts have been just waiting for exactly this moment, as they're all rushing towards them, and every single coin, not a single coin drops to the ground, as all of them are being grabbed, and then all of the shadows walk inside of your circle of faith and disappear together with the coinage. So a couple dozens of the souls. The room definitely feels emptier now than it was before.
But there's still souls.
Yeah, there are more of them. There are more of them. A lot.
Polo just does the charity thing.
The more coins you throw, the more active the shadows are, and you don't hear a single clack of a coin drop into the ground. To your surprise, you're
He
looking
doesn't
at
exceed 150. Everyone above 150, it's their bad. Heaven is closed.
Come on,
Yeah,
Paula.
there definitely more. There were definitely more than 500
Okay.
coins that you gathered from the stash. So you notice that as you are continuing your ritual of salvation for those souls, there are a couple more souls appearing into this room, seem to be flowing inside from the nearby room. And some of the coins are reflecting the light as they're in the air, and they're kind of like shining the light deeper into the next room. And you notice that the next room is full of shadows as well, and they seem to be just waiting for their turn to approach.
Okay, this is not going anywhere. Guys, I need your help. What is like gold but cheaper?
Tandoori gold.
Budget cards.
Is it?
Bitcoin.
We don't know
Yeah.
what the exchange rate is. It could be worth
we
a
knew-
fortune.
No, it was no. It was a lot cheaper than normal golden coins.
Was
I remember.
it?
Yes,
Oh, but
we thought
just-
last time that we found the treasure, and it was like, meh. Yeah.
Let's do it, man. Just 1 or 2,000 will make no difference.
I mean, we
It's not
just
gonna
found
be like-
500.
At least.
It's nothing.
Look.
It's one healing potion.
500 was like 100 golden coins, like something like that.
Come
Yeah,
on,
the
we
exchange
don't-
rate was 1 to 5 to the currency that is used in Tithir. Charlie,
So
are
5
you with
Tandoori
us?
for...
Yeah, 5 Tandoori to 1 gold coins of Tithir.
Okay, then it's not so bad.
Like,
Keeps on
Charlie
throwing
Xavier
money.
D&D, are you still with us? We're happy to chat, ask questions about campaign.
money
Oh,
solves
nice.
any problems.
Yeah. If you can also see the character sheets, I think they're still visible on the stream, the widget. And,
I don't have any other ideas.
Okay, so you keep on throwing the coins up in the air, correct? And you ask for help from the party.
Yes. Yeah, like, if you can think of a more sustainable way of doing this, all ears. They're made out of gold, though, the coins, right? Or are they made out of silver, or what's
Polo would know that the reason why Tandoori coin is way cheaper in the value here is that quite often they were not purely gold. They were a mixture of metals in there. And because it's mostly used in Tandoori Pirate Enclave, people are used to, cheat others there, especially when it comes to gold payments. So the reputation of Tandoori coinage, of course, dropped over the ages. Generally, not that respected of.
So if Polo would know what the main metal is besides gold, what would that be? Would that be copper or?
It's a mixture of gold, silver, copper.
Okay, for now he's just doing the fountain, the money fountain. That doesn't see a way out of this.
Don't think about it.
You can try something else.
Yeah, like whatever comes to your mind, let's try.
Silver nice would work.
You still have?
Yeah, of course.
I thought we had. Okay.
Let's try.
What are you throwing?
Silver nails related
Silver
to
nails.
the god of luck?
And they're silver.
Follow.
It costs.
So it's a bit.
So the golden shower continues. And
I only have silver to afford.
as you keep on throwing the coinage, the more and more of the shadows are collecting them and entering the circle of faith. Paula, this is the very first time. Yeah, the shower of gold coins. Let me put it this way.
I mean,
Nice God.
I'm just saying, if there's a cheaper way, Polo would do it.
It's just Tandoori gold. It's okay.
Yeah, sure.
A special
Gold.
Tandoori gold. Yes.
Golden
Tandoori
coins.
golden shower.
Yes. You realize, Polo, that the more you do it, the more intense of this energy of Pyros is coming from the circle that you have just created. It seems that what the ritual you're doing is enhancing powers of Pyros. And this is something that clerics would be expected to do. This is the first time you do this ritual on such a scale. And it's this is a totally new feeling to you. But you realize that a couple hundred of the coins are gone. There are just maybe a couple dozens of shadows have left, and all of them seem to be running all the way from his other rooms to the circle, trying to catch up a coin in the air. 10 minutes later, you're standing there in the middle of the same room, but this feeling of despair, this feeling of death, this feeling of lost hopes is no longer on your shoulders. Sunlight is piercing this room, and this whole place seemed to be way easier and lighter than it was before.
My purse as well. It's a conflict here.
That's
I need
also
a different
true.
god.
It's also very much true. So, Polo, the cleric, he's half rogue and half cleric, and he is worshipping the god of luck, who is, of course, supporting all kinds of rogues activities in a way. But gold is a great conductor, some would say. He used it to help some souls to find the eternal rest right now. Yes, as the whole flow of shadows disappears, the last shadow disappears inside your circle of faith. You see how from those small glimmers of light inside this room, Brados manifests himself standing next to you and says, "Thank you. This has been very heavy on my soul."
Yeah. Kodo nodding, holding back tears, thinking of coins. Sure, no problem. You're welcome.
Okay. Yeah, he goes back into the shield and says, the poor souls seem to be free, and my other self won't have their support.
Okay. Okay, I thought there were like a few thousand souls more, and I was like, maybe instead of throwing golden coins at them, we just pierce them with a golden dagger. Maybe it has the same effect. I don't know. Definitely it's cheaper. But good.
How does the sound quality now? Can you please confirm any difference? Can you hear me well? Any disturbances?
I mean, if you talk to the side, then not so really.
Did
So
you
should
change
I talk to
something?
the side or not?
You shouldn't, but now actually it worked. I'm confused.
Did you change something?
Okay, I'm not moving, not touching anything. Thanks, Charlie. So, yeah. This was the second part of the optional quest.
We're ready.
Now it took you about an hour to conduct the whole ritual. Now it's about 2 p.m. And yeah, the sun is no longer in the highest point that it was. So there are some shadows in the depth of some rooms that you are, but the whole fortress seemed to be... it's no longer a haunted fortress, per se.
Wow, we got rid of all the souls. Okay, that's something. Nice.
You also cleaned up the body of adventurer and you put him into the guitar graveyard. And, yeah. What does the party do next?
I mean, I think both Polo and Fouled are good to go. Like, no spell slots expanded.
Yeah, I'm also good to go, but we know where to go.
I mean, probably... I mean, now we can go for the basement, or in the towers. It was said that they were storing, you know, treasures or whatever. Right? We could just check out the towers, and then at the end we check out the final tower and we go down to the basement.
So we want to do it until it gets dark? Like looting and exploring?
Here? I think once we're underground, it doesn't matter if outside it's day or not, because there's no daylight in underground. But we can just loot the whole place without going to the basement, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Let's
Great.
not split, let's just go together.
Okay, so the first of your destination you're going to...
The tower. Some tower.
So there are several
I mean-
towers which are in ruins,
Yeah.
yes, and there is also the one tower that has been still standing, where you've seen the path to the lower floors.
Let's go to the ruined towers. The ones who don't lead to the lower floors. Let's see if we find anything there.
Cool. As you're going all together, you're not splitting the party, and you're checking the towers one by one. They seem to be completely crumbled buildings. You wouldn't be able to even spend the night properly there. Just too much wind and wetness, moisture around there. Just quite unpleasant feeling. And in the second tower you're visiting, you're trying to look for any signs of valuable objects or anything that could possibly look like danger, or any other souls, shadows that might be hoping for salvation. And in the second tower that's crumbling, you realize that there is one more grave just out there. It's more like a sarcophagi. And this sarcophagi has the symbol of a flag on it.
Hmm. But why does this guy have a sarcophagus?
As you're asking this question out loud, Brados is appearing right next to you and says, "He was my right hand, second in command, my most loyal."
I see. So, should we perform a ritual for his soul, or is there any specific type of item we should take from the sarcophagus?
Just one single piece of him would be enough.
Okay. Any traps, brothers? I mean, he would know, right? It was his body, so he probably buried them. Okay. Well, good. Then I guess we open the sarcophagus. It feels like it.
Okay. Farvald, please roll for strength for athletics.
Wait, Farvald did not say that he's doing it.
want.
Yeah,
Yeah.
only
Farvald did
Farvald
not
and
say that
Sas
he
can do that
opens.
roll. Others
Can.
too weak for that.
As you want.
Strength or athletics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess Farvald would go for athletics then. 13?
It takes you some time to find the proper way how to apply your strength, the sarcophagi, and also without trying to break the lid of it, just not to make it collapse. After some time, you're able to put it to the side, so 25% of the sarcophagi is open. You're able to see the full plate armored knight lying in there. Of course, neither his weapons nor armor has survived the passage of time, but his body, his posture, still lies there undisturbed all this time.
So what do we take from him? Fingers?
Okay. Yeah, you found something that
Oh,
worked
man.
sometime in the past.
There's more like a joke. Let's not take his
That's an
fingers.
inside joke, very much. You right, Rafe?
Yes, it sounded like it makes sense to me. Yeah.
I know. Every joke is partially a joke, right?
I mean, I would like to take one finger.
I mean, it's brother's best buddy, like...
For my collection, right?
Oh, of course you can.
But what are you... Are you actually having like a finger necklace and then hanging them there? Or
No, I keep them in my bag.
a finger necklace would also be kind of cool.
Yeah, but I need more. I need to collect more to be able to make a full necklace.
Some people travel
enough.
and buy magnets. Rafe travels and collects fingers.
Yeah. But I don't kill the people, right? They're already dead. So it's
I
okay.
think you would get along with Finger Eater just fine.
Oh no, it wasn't me.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, you
They just be
definitely-
fighting over the fingers.
Yeah, it's totally you're able to reach for break a couple of fingers from the skeleton.
One is okay. One is okay. I don't want to make someone angry here.
I hope Brothers is okay with that.
Not
I
that.
didn't ask.
Not asking, just hoping. Okay, so far so good. So, but Polo wants to take a closer look at the, or probably Farwald wants to take a closer look at the body and the whole sarcophagus. Maybe there's something inside. Maybe it's a note. Maybe I don't know, an item, whatever.
Actually, good idea. As you are kind of looking, do you have a dark vision?
Yes, 60 feet.
Okay, perfect. Then you can see that inside of it, by the side of his body, there's seemingly lying an object, which at first you couldn't notice because it's kind of covered by his body in armor, which is there. But then, as you're keeping a closer look, it seems to be a fabric, something of fabric on the pole. Guess what that is?
It's the banner.
And I'm posting the picture for you in Maps.
No.
A horse banner. Why not?
So this is an old banner of Brado's army. That was
Is there by chance like this kind of not banner but thing that was ripped off from Brothers armor?
the patch.
Yes.
The Pelor patch? No.
Okay. Paulo's keeping that in mind and looking for that in case we stumble across it.
Totally makes sense. Yes. So as you're gathering the banner, you feel like you could use a pole, and yeah, the passage of time seems to have little or no effect on its fabric.
It's a magical item.
Mhm.
Look at that. Can someone identify objects?
Is it you?
No.
I can.
Okay.
You can't? Whoa.
You can, since when?
Since
ahead.
level up, I guess.
Well, I can, yes. If you give it to me, I'll tell you what it does. Later.
Go ahead.
Wait, insight check on him. Does Polo trust this guy? Like, come on.
Go ahead.
Is it like
It's
the first time?
insight against deception. Sas, roll for deception, please.
It was just like, I'll tell you later.
Roll.
12. But attacker wins, doesn't he?
Oh, you also got 12.
Yes, how can I also have 12?
It's a close call. You're both. Rafe is definitely unsure about the outcome, but you both know
Yeah.
about each other. It
About
was a
each
good
other?
attempt, Sas. It was a good attempt, Sas. But Polo, it's not enough for Polo to give you the banner.
Okay, but that was close.
I was thinking
Yeah, I mean,
thieves, looters. What are you next, Polo? A thief, a priest, now a looter, looting a
Grave
dead
digger.
grave. Yeah.
no, not looting anything. We take this for brothers, remember?
Just leave it where it is. You don't need it. You're not a banner
No.
carrier.
Brothers needs it. I think it's important for
Yes.
brothers.
Brothers
It's-
is dead.
it's-
He doesn't need anything.
He's very talkative for being dead. I wouldn't say that.
I mean, it's normal for you to talk to dead people.
But this is like the symbol for the honor and the right conscience that has been stripped of him. Just
Okay,
like
I
his
know.
patch.
You take it. Yeah, you take it. I just don't like taking dead people's things.
Meanwhile, Farvelt is carrying the whole bag. Cadaver.
I am.
Pieces.
Yeah.
How it is like that. Never mind the corpses in the back of holding, right?
Mhm.
During nighttime, probably, because it's late? Or do you guys want to have...
It's
The rest of
afternoon,
Tanya.
so it's just 2 p.m.
Oh,
We're still too. We're good. We can go.
okay. Good. Like, upon entering, the basement, Porter would use a spell to see invisibility.
So please cast the spell.
I'm looking for it. There it is. 1 hour.
Okay. Is my voice okay? Sounds fine.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so you are going to the only remaining standing tower and trying to reach the lowest floor, correct?
Yep.
Am I correct?
Mhm.
I mean, if there are floors in between, we might check them out, because there's supposed to be treasures around, right? What do you feel like, guys? We go straight to the basement, or we run around and try to look for loot? What's the mood?
I mean, we don't know if we're gonna be alive afterwards, so maybe let's go first to the
Let's-
basement, and then we can do the looting after.
What if things
There.
collapse after we defeat the big boss? It happens often in movies. You
Well,
know?
especially if I use some fireballs, right? So
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm just saying, it might take longer, and we might go straight to the basement. But let's say we find loot now, then at least we die rich.
With the rich.
Is that the choice? That's
Thank
the
you,
party
everybody,
That is
for
spoken.
so useful
joining.
over there.
As especially Charlie, our latest follower, is the party of Power Rangers. They continue on their adventure in the Olympus Fortress. They have just completed 2 optional steps for the face-off. So I heard
Sas,
Dying
what do you
Reach.
think?
Was it correct?
I think you need to give me the banner. And then we
No.
can go downstairs directly.
For what?
What is wrong
You
with
cannot
you?
identify objects. I know it, Polo says.
Do you need this banner for something specific? Then tell us what exactly.
Just give me. If you don't want me, then don't give me. I feel
You
some.
can keep it.
You're not trusting me with any magical items, even some kind of a horse banner from a guy who died 1,000 years ago.
But we knew that we needed this banner. You could have taken. You can take anything else from that sarcophagus, but the banner we need.
Okay, then keep it.
I mean, the last souls you tried to
Gonna
suck
go
them into
last.
your sword instead of freeing them. That was kind of sus.
And if you want the finger, I can also share it.
Why would I need a finger of a guy who died 1,000 years ago?
Why would you need this banner?
Yeah.
Because it looks nice. That's why.
Yeah, we finished the fight, and you can keep the banner if it's still there.
I mean, I feel like we might need this for the fight. It might, like at some point, brothers will be like torn in between. Do I become my dark self or do I become my light self? And there will be kind of an internal struggle. And then we will have pieces of his friends, and then, hey, remember
I'm
you're a good
just
guy.
helping you. I'm helping you with this Bradius guy, but I'm helping you. So you decide what you want to do. You helped me with this legendary scammed sword, so I'm gonna help you with this shield
Getting a
of yours.
legendary scam shield, okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna
and
be.
then we're equal.
Yeah.
Then we're both scammed.
I mean, you can just do it out of spite. Like, you got a rip-off legendary item, let me feel the same pain.
Yeah, so that's why I'm motivation for helping you.
Thank you very much.
But you lead the way. I'm not. I just wanted the banner because it looked cool. But that's it.
The thing is, if in the end we have no other use for the banner, then sure, why should you not have it? Then totally cool. Just for now, I feel like it has like some emotional value for brothers, and maybe we need to call upon his emotions. Yeah, because he's like on the brink of darkness and stuff. So it's important that we have the banner, and yeah.
Okay, you. Yeah, all good. Let's go.
Okay, cool.
So,
Then
looting or directly to the basement?
we didn't answer the question. Yeah, right.
Right.
No, let's go directly to the main boss that will scam us. Looting? What are you gonna find? Dead bodies?
Magic
Presents.
items. Maybe we find a second banner. Or can I have it?
This property has been claimed by the Sir Sos Lee, so if you want, you can always come back and do an excavation. If this will collapse or something.
You don't want us to loot now, so that later on you can claim everything inside is yours? Is that it?
Or the Power Rangers. What do you mean for me? I have a legal
Did we-
document.
Did we all see what he wrote in the wall or the whatever he wrote in a sign?
You saw it. I told you what I'm gonna do. You saw it. Everything. is-
Yeah, so it was all of us, Power Rangers.
Rublievka Street Farm.
Yes.
Okay. Now maybe let's just go to the basement and be done with it. If we're happy, nothing will collapse, and if there are treasures and we survive, then we can loot afterwards.
Okay, let's do that. So who wants Intellect Fortress?
Well, who needs it? Who's bad with saving throws in intelligence, wisdom, and charisma? Is it right?
Yeah, because I want to apply it on me and someone else. Nobody needs it.
What do you think? What's going to be more important, intelligence or charisma? What do we expect?
It's gonna be more important.
Like, if it's more like a mage and stuff, I think it's gonna be intellect. Saving throws will be more important. But if it's gonna be something like a bard or someone who's trying to control you, it will be Not wisdom, but charisma. What do we expect? What does that guy look like? It's like a demon. How do they work? Okay, I don't know. You choose.
Maybe a surprise.
Well, then I'm
That's
just
sus.
gonna do a.
I don't need anything. I have my
Are you sure,
magical.
Sus? You're not
I have my
very
magical
old.
legendary sword that will protect me from everything.
Also
Exactly those.
from intelligence saving throws.
It's unlimited possibilities. So yes.
Are you sure, Sal, that you don't want it?
I believe in my sword. I don't need
Can you-
anything. We good. We can go.
Can you just cast it on Sus? I feel very, very frightened when I think about Sus turning against the party. I don't know. Like,
Oh yes, he can fight
He
many. He can punch many times.
yeah. And he has
Only
a
seven
legendary
seconds.
sword, so.
Likes to be possessed.
Randomly.
I mean, if he chooses to be possessed by, like willingly, and then Intellect Fortress is also not going to do much. He can just lower his guards, right? But I don't expect it.
Yeah, so I'll use it on me and on Sas by using my a few sorcery points.
Cool. And don't forget, you still have the Vigilant Blessing on your Wraith.
Yeah, for initiative. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Cool. So then I think we can go.
Okay.
As you're stepping into the only remaining standing tower, the fortress, the Farveld, you feel how intense heated up your shield becomes. It's so hot that it's hard to hold in your own hands. You can see how Brados appears in front of your group. He doesn't seem to be looking behind. He seems to be leading you forward. He is glimmering in a bit of light, so he serves as a walking torch as you descend deeper down.
I'd like
sense
to
him.
ask him something.
He is close.
What would you expect more, fire or cold? Heat or ice? What does this other side of you look like more?
Hate
What does it
and
feel like?
anger.
Heat and anger.
Hate.
Damn it.
Not heat.
Hate.
Hate.
Okay.
Resistance to hate.
That's okay. That's okay. Cool.
Thank you
Sas
for...
prepares one scroll in the pocket, just in case.
Okay. As you're walking down the stairs, you're entering the room, which looks like this. Posted on maps in the Lord channel.
It's a link.
Does it load? Did it load?
No, it doesn't load. It's a link.
No. I mean, the links are usually... Ah. Okay.
I see.
Usually they are opening with no problems.
It depends. Sometimes you need to download them. Once you downloaded them, then you can post them. I'm doing it.
I'm doing that as well.
Let's see who's
Okay,
faster.
who does it faster?
Me. I'm
Firstly,
first.
Sasha did it.
No way.
Okay. So got the mood, you got the feeling of a room you're entering. Yes, in the middle of it, the further side of the room, you can see a silhouette, a dark silhouette, which, as you are entering the room, seems to be changing its outfit. It's literally
outfit?
transforming the moment you're entering the room. It's not the ghost that you've seen there by the wall. Rather, it looks...
Okay. I'm
You see?
confused. Do we have two big bosses? That's... Yeah, that looks more like a Dark Knight.
The brothers seems to be not stopping and going directly into the middle of a room. That other knight person doesn't make a move. You only can see how he puts a hand to a massive spear he holds in his left hand.
Spear. First time we encounter spear.
So Brados himself, he's carrying a halberd, per se. Guy carrying. And as they both are staring at each other, you are not seeing the other person moving. You don't see the changes in his eyes, his posture, because it's all covered by a closed helmet, just like Brados is. And the Dark Knight is saying, "Did you finally come here to join me? To finally be as one? To finally show the world your true self?" And the Brados answers, "What I did was wrong. What I did was despicable. What I did put a taint on me and my family. It was unforgivable." Brados number 2 is making a step forward and says, "But don't you see? It's only the power that matters. Only with it you can take what you want. You don't need to obey anyone's orders. You can make your own rules. Isn't that power? Isn't that sounds convincing? You and me, we are the same." The Brados, he looks back at you and says, "I know that following orders sometimes can be the simplest thing one can do. But one man must own his mistake. I want to offer you a ceasefire. I want to offer you peace. Peace in the afterlife that neither of us has. Join me. And let's make this world a better place than we left it." The other person seems to be like looking at his from a side. "Oh no, no, no. This is not what's gonna happen." And as he raises his left hand, you can see how on both of his sides appears a group of men, a group of knights, all dressed up in a similar uniform, just like he himself. They are all wearing similar uniform and insignias, just like on the banner you have just recovered. Let's go on a short pause. Let's see what the next things will uncover. We are back to the pause, and players are connecting. Thanks everybody who joined. Thanks Charlie Xavier D&D, the latest follow. The party of Power Rangers continue their exploration into the Olympus Fortress. 119. Feel free to shoot questions in the chat. Happy to talk about the campaign or D&D in general. Our party is at level 13 right now. Sky is the limit. So, you're back.
Yes. I was thinking about some
Why do I hear it twice?
testing twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6.
2 and 2.
Test.
Okay.
I sort of wanted to contact my monastery, but
Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know when that could have happened or how.
By which means do you want to do it?
I don't know. Maybe when we were at Kirino? Because I think I sent a message to Danver. Maybe there was also some way to send a message to my monastery. I don't know. Did that happen or are we not gonna do it?
If you had this idea in mind long time ago, you could send a message from the last town you were, which was Kirinal.
Kirino or the small town nearby? Hillsfart, I think. Was it?
Or from Hillsfar, yeah. Then you would just need to write me the text, what exactly your message is, and to whom you're writing it. So at the same time, let's see how it's gonna work. Since we changed our technical setup. I have just loaded the battlefield for you. How does it, how good is the quality of the screen showing?
More or less.
More or less.
Less. I mean, the refresh rate is very low. So they move really slow.
Can you manually try to improve the quality for that video?
I mean, to me it's very slow and laggy, but
let's see. I will improve
That's
the
fine.
general room quality now, and let's see if your internet is gonna handle it. So you tell me. Are there any differences now?
it's way worse. So I see. So, I mean, I see your mouse, like the or whatever that is, just warp across the screen. Sometimes it's there, then you don't see it, and it's at the other side, so I don't see a fluid movement. But maybe we don't need that for the fight.
I mean, how's the quality of the picture for you? Because I cannot stream for you in Discord.
Oh,
What?
maybe Discord streaming is better than here because it seems like at least
I mean, I
started
can
to
see
listen.
everything.
Okay, I'm running the stream
Yeah,
in Discord for you the same, so you can compare the quality in both.
Mm-hmm. I see.
The chat.
Yes.
The general channel.
I see what you're writing to know what Susly wrote you. No, what Susly wrote in general channel.
What?
That's what I'm seeing. Mm-hmm.
Wait, you need to enter. You need to open the stream.
I did. And I saw your screen, but not what you wanted to show.
Okay.
Wait, I just saw that Saz never mentioned the Power Rangers in his thing.
Yeah, he didn't.
Oh my god.
Wait, this is weird.
Question 1, 2, 3, what's going on?
Okay, maybe. Okay, then
But
I will
it's
stop
okay.
streaming it in the.
No, I can see everything I need to see.
It's just
It's okay, I can...
But wait.
Why does it? Doesn't stream the tabletop.
Now we do. No, you don't. No, you do.
Yep, there's the tabletop. I don't understand a single word you're saying. Is that just for me, or?
Yeah, when he streams, then audio goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Maybe keep this stream here, this low one. At least we can hear you.
I didn't get. So which one was better? The one that's in Ninja or the one in Discord?
Ninja. Because Discord,
Ninja,
and then... Yeah, your voice is breaking down, like your audio starts fading a bit.
So is it really noticeable? Because you can manually increase the quality for that stream on your side.
It's okay, it's okay. We see the squares.
No, this is not okay. Can you make a screenshot and send it to me? How you see?
But why? Like, I see, like, for me, I see everything I have to see. It's like just a bit laggy in terms of movement, but not too much. I mean, we're playing kind of a board game here, right? So it's not like we're playing FPS shooter.
Still a screenshot.
Just watch it on stream. It looks nice.
Stream, I know how to.
I closed the stream because there was too much to handle for my laptop. Or for my internet connection, rather.
Do it and we just
Your voice is like really I don't understand
it's
what you're
cutting.
saying.
It's cutting
Nikolai.
again.
Yeah. It
1,
is
2,
like
1, 2, 1, 2. I
hot-
didn't change anything.
now it works great. But I think there's too much processing on your end. Something is not handling it.
That PC should handle everything I throw at it. Must.
What's your audio card?
There is no. It's integrated.
Yeah, how do you expect it to handle it?
Modern
You need a good
motherboards
audio card.
can handle it.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Nah. If no, trust me. Like you need a dedicated audio card if you want to mess around with audio.
But I don't mess around. I'm just,
Apart from right
looking.
now, you are because you're streaming, and then. But yeah, I'm sending you the screenshot if you still want it. So it's actually fine on my end. As long as I can hear you well, I'm happy. Hello?
Yeah.
Is anyone there,
Music,
or did I lose?
music
Okay.
is dead for some reason.
Yeah, I thought I lost connection or something, and because I don't have your faces on the screen.
Damn, it looks like garbage.
Also, your camera is like really pixeled, like here in the Ninja. At least for me. I see the other ones perfectly, but you are super pixeled.
Okay. Let's test this now. Any changes in the video quality, in the sharing quality as well? Can you hear me?
I hear you perfectly, and I think it's maybe a bit better than before. Yeah. Actually, yes. It's way less laggy.
Okay, because I'm improving. Probably I found a place where I can improve the quality of video for the whole room.
The thing is, like, you don't have to improve it now for me, because I see everything I need to see. And I think for the others, it's also okay. I'm not sure about that, but
Anyway,
On the stream, it looks good.
your voice is breaking down. No way to understand what you just said. It is because you were moving the perspective and talking at the same time. That was too much.
Just buy another GPU and sound card. We go next time.
another GPU, so 3090 doesn't handle it. You wanna tell me?
Just put some cheap one.
Okay, we have a music bot dying on us for some reason. And I can hear the clock.
We have
I
like
wrote it. Guys, I wrote it in general or somewhere. I really have to leave at shortly before 12. Just FYI.
Yeah, that may. Sure, absolutely. Okay, music bot seems to be recovering. Okay, we are ready to proceed. So where we were at? We were at the moment that the brothers is called in. Nice.
No, we cannot understand you, Nikolai. When you talk, it's overkill for whatever on your end.
What are we doing? There's 6 of them. So Wraith just firebolts, and we won, right?
Amazing idea. I mean,
There's actually more stuff. You see this one to the side that is like mounting something?
Like a
Well,
horse.
something
that
like-
is
And to the very left, there's also something that looks different from the pikeman, but I cannot tell. It looks like a golem from what I see, but
It's a ranger on the left, and on the
I
right
can
it's
see
a
it.
horsey,
hmm.
and in the middle there's 5
Okay, I'm going to
pikemen.
try it now. Can you hear me? while I'm doing this round?
Mm-mm. No, you're still like really, really breaking.
Okay, I don't move the button now.
Try using your microphone without the media broadcast. Probably the
I
game
don't use media
just
broadcast.
Then yes.
Can you hear me? I'm not gonna move the camera for me.
Yeah,
Yes.
now it's good.
Yes. Yeah, that was good.
Try to move the camera and talk. Let's see if that works now.
I'm not gonna talk.
No,
no, it doesn't
no,
work.
No. You can only do one thing at a time.
I really can't be talk.
Can you repeat that?
I talk.
No.
Leave the camera be. Okay, so this is when I
Even
switch
after you leave
between
the camera be,
windows.
it's like 2-3 seconds.
Yeah, and I also need to change back the window back to the control room. Okay, good to know. Let's try. Okay, you all can see how another brothers has calling in a set of knights who are appearing right there in front of him, seeming to form a line of defense. You realize that all of them do look like they've been in countless of battles, even after their death. Their armor, their weaponry, everything seems to be almost destroyed, broken, rusty, but still somehow is in one piece. On one side you can see an archer. On another side you can see a horse knight. The others seem to be more of infantrymen. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. And as those units are appearing on the board, another Brados is saying, "Give up and join me. Your pathetic weakness sickens me." Brados is looking around, and then he feels your support from behind, and then at this specific moment, Farvald, he is raising his hand and like asking for a bag that you are carrying with
What
remains.
bag? You mean with... Ah. Sure. Farvald brings him the bag.
Yes. He is taking an item from there, seemingly to be at random. It says. He looks at one of the knights standing in front. "Lissandro, my friend, do you remember the first time we rode into battle? Do you remember how graceful we were to those we have defeated? Do you remember that there was more honor in sparing those who were weaker than you than finishing them off? How could you forget that?" And he's addressing this to the horse knight. who at this specific moment is now shown some signs of life, and he rides closer to Bradus, and as this object of remains in his hands shines, you notice how the horse knight seems to be changing. His empty eye sockets and his bones and his body seems to be getting back to a life state, as if he is like using a massive regeneration spell on him. If 1 minute ago there was standing a huge corpse of horse and a knight in front of you, Death Knight, best description you can say, now there is a live and breathing person standing in front of Bradus. And as this transformation happens, that object in the hands of Bradus' hands, the piece of that you two took from the cemetery, disappears, and the horse rider rotates and stands beside Bradus. So
That's pretty cool. That's handy.
okay. And as he is completing this speech, he's taking another item from his hand, and he's addressing Marcus. Do remember the breath of the wind. Do remember the fresh grass. Do remember the sound of the hunting horn. Everything that made you alive. Everything that you wanted to carry along. There was not always war. War was just a small part of you. You're much bigger than that. He addresses this to an archer that stands to the very right formation. And the archer steps forward, and as the closer he gets to Bradus, the same transformation happens to him. And the object in Bradus' hands disappears. So, can you hear me? Make sure that you can.
Yes.
So Bradus seems to be taking the other remains from his bag and addresses each of the knights standing in front, calling them by names, recalling his personal memories, and making a very personal speeches. And after every single one of them, a knight steps forward, gets closer to him, and the transformation occurs. As the last of the items that you have uncovered from the sedentary disappears in his hand, all of the knights are turned.
Okay, that changes things, I hope.
Yeah.
So, can you hear me now? So as all of the knights seemingly to have changed their side, You can see how the rage and anger intensifies, even though his face is still covered by a helmet. His eyes are seemingly to be glowing bigger and more intense with red. How dare you take them away? How dare you show them how miserable they were in their life? To me! As he raises another hand, and immediately in this place where the lieutenants were standing appears several dozen of footmen. They all seem to be in complete disarray, with their armor weaponry broken. As they appear in front of him, seemingly holding a shield wall formation. Bradus is turning to the party, and says, "Can you give me the banner?"
Yes.
Wait, which brothers? Which brothers said that?
The
Which
good
brothers?
one.
Yeah, sure, I'm giving him the banner. Polo gives him the banner.
Look how sad disappointed face.
As he shows the banner in his right hand to all the footmen standing in front of him, you see how some of them seemingly are losing this spark of darkness in their eyes. Some of their bodies collapse to the ground and their spirits seemingly leaving the place immediately. And some of them are turning into the blood and flesh, just as their lieutenants, and standing in front of the mini army that you're assembling. No! He shouts as the last of the footmen is switching sides and seemingly getting into formation they have trained for years. All of them are holding their position steady and ready, seemingly only waiting for a command. You feel that this battle unit has probably had experienced a lot through their life, and even in undeath, they remain their unity and experience. This is a formidable force you see in front of you. The way how they hold themselves and the way how their armor is shining. You remember the army of Tithir that you've seen next to Alfield. You've seen the warriors, the druid warriors of Kirinel. You've seen the armor guard of the Dunver, of the capital. But none of them seem to be as eager and as powerful as this bunch. Looking at his army reappear in front of him, Bradus looks at his alter self. Says, "I've seen my mistakes. I've seen what they lead to. I've been torn apart by them for too long. You know that this is true. We can see this to the end." And he walks through the shield wall towards the knight. The knight is extending his spear and attacks Bradus. But the spear doesn't seem to hit him. The brothers continue raising him with the open arms. The knight makes another attempt, but it goes through them. He doesn't know how to react. Before long, You can see how Bradus is literally walking into that night and seemingly absorbs into him. The large white flash lightens up the whole room. All of you are temporarily blinded.
Mm-hmm.
Sas, as you are first from all of your party, come to your senses due to your passive awareness. You look around you and the scene that you've just been witness for doesn't seem to be any real. You do not see the army formation standing in front of you. You do not see Bradus, his alter ego, in
Banner,
effect.
where's my banner?
You can see the banner standing
Yes.
to the right, to the place where Bradus was standing and doing his speech. The room seems to be completely silent. Everybody else is still like trying to clear up their eyes. So Sas, you can have an action or something of your own if you would like to do it.
My banner.
Yeah, it's basically it's now on a pole, like it would be carried by a proper bannerman in the army. So yeah, you can carry it with a pole as well, or you can just take the fabric, your choice, as you wish.
Does the pole has... No, I need the banner.
Yeah,
You don't.
so you can.
You know,
can
there are
ta-
like 14 units depending on this banner. If
But
you rip it
you're
off
smarter
the
than that,
pole,
right?
I see
can
the
be 14
banner.
against us or 14 with us. And I think the banner is the deciding factor, but go
You can help
crazy.
us see everyone, right? Just forget about the banner.
I
Sas,
don't
what do you
see
do?
any enemies. I don't see any enemies. I see the banner. I take the banner.
Okay. I'll be sending you the stats for the banner and its effects.
Well, unfortunate that the banner disappeared in a
Yeah.
flash.
And as this
Right,
happens, the rest of the group comes back to their senses and starts looking around. The
Come on,
room
we have to
seems
see
be
him doing at least the last part of it.
Wait, I'm curious, which stat determines how fast we come to our senses? Is this kind of passive
that's a
insight?
SAS specialty.
Passive
So
perception.
it's not passive insight. Okay.
The rest of you come back to senses and can see the room completely quiet and silent. You were just thinking of a bloodbath that was about to happen here. You were thinking those mighty warriors standing in one line, ready to cover and protect their friend, defeat any foe in their way. But none of them seem to be there anymore. Bradus is no longer there as well. Farvald. You notice that there is a glimmering on the front of your shield now.
Okay.
You rotate the shield and look at the front part of it. And you can see that now the front part of it, the jewel that was in the center of it, is now, every time you look at it, it projects the symbol of a banner of Bradus' army on the front of the shield and in front of it. So the decor of the shield has changed. As per the stats and what can it do now, I'm going to be sending this. Before next.
So we really didn't have to fight? Okay, let's wait. Let's wait and see.
That's why it was a level
Interesting.
1
Easy
quest. That explains it.
But how much gold did we lose in the process?
It's not real gold. Come on, it doesn't matter.
This
It's gold divided by 5.
Farvald, as you feel the
Mhm.
increased power of your shield, feel compelled. Feel
Brothers!
more certain.
Brothers! Brothers!
As you are looking down right in front of you, you notice a small fabrical object.
I take it.
As you take it in your hands, you look closer into it, and you see that this is a small fabric patch of the Paladin of Pelor.
Well, good luck using it.
Does
You're
it
burning
burn?
though, like.
Does it burn and Fawad throws it away hissing, or what
No, it
happens?
doesn't burn. It doesn't burn. Nothing happens. It's a
Okay.
patch, and it seems to be resembling. It's an old format. It's an old design. You haven't seen those on Rizantar or any other paladins you've seen, or those you've killed personally.
Guess I'll keep it for brothers.
This is how we are going to end the active part. Move to the post-game
Easy.
session.
But the stats, we need to know.
DM has to create the item now, give him time.
Then
Yeah.
No, but
modify the existing.
so that's it. There's no enemy. It's over? Is that it? Or is this like, are we like in a, I don't know, is this part 2 to be continued? Is part 2 still coming? Like, I'm really curious.
There is no more of this overwhelming presence of darkness as Paula felt about this fortress. And this place can finally rest in peace.
Okay. That was the complete opposite of the sword. I mean, the sword, there was a big fight. We had countless enemies against us. They were swarming us. This time, we had countless allies and we watched them do it, kind of. And then the item
That's
dropped.
right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so next time, let's just run into the dungeon. I want to fight. Convinced.
We'll still have into the fortress for 58 minutes.
And see invisibility too.
Mhm.
So Polo doesn't see more than anyone else, right? Because he can see invisibility. It's not like there's something around the party which is invisible. Because Polo would see. Okay. Is it the first time that we kind of finished, let's say, level or quest, which was all about fighting, but we did not have to fight because we kind of followed the clues from DM? Was that the first time?
Yes.
How do we feel about that? Did we like that?
Oh, yeah.
Depends on the stats of the item.
Like on a scale from 1 to 10 and 5 is banned. How much did we like it? 1 is next time just run head first into a dungeon, and 10 is let's do it like this always.
One.
Agree. I mean, it was nice and it was rewarding, but
Wait, DM. Now it's not gonna feel as bad as the sword when you're gonna scam him with the shield. You know, because
but that's how it works. Like he learned, like he made us work hard for the sword, and then he scammed you, or you felt scammed, and then that didn't work out. So this time he made this whole thing easy, so it's okay to be scammed. No, I'm kidding. But like one question. Oh wait, no, we were kind of still in game, so maybe Paulo's approaching Sus now and says, "The next time when you pray, don't pray to the sword. Pray to your real deity. That might work. But your sword is no deity."
my DT. I was trying to do both. I was trying to call for both, but neither of them answered. So I'll try to do something with my sword when we reach someone who is good at crafting things.
But I mean, have you tried praying to your god? Have you talked to them?
Yes, well, it sends visions. It's not really like a shield or a sword god. Not a battle, not a combat. So it's a more of a guidance. Gives you visions and where to go and places.
But kind of like all gods, right? Like the shield, the sword. Neither one of them is a god.
Parlor has knights and paladins, so obviously is like a military god.
You could be the knight of your god.
They don't exist.
Not yet.
The champion of my deity would be, I don't know, not a paladin, not a sort of a guy running around with a weapon.
If you're unhappy, you can always try to find the luck.
Yeah, I'm trying with Kossus a little bit, but Rafe is not helping.
Kossus is all about blood and fire. Looking for luck.
Kossus. Luck is also no. I think I'll just do something with my sword when I'll get the chance. Not relying much on DT. But I tested it, I tested it if it has any magical capabilities. But it doesn't have anything to do with soul magic, it seems.
Let's say blood magic, right?
I mean, it was like it is an old sword, and it was from the times when there was a soul wizard, and there is a soul in it that was somehow put in. So someone put the soul into the object. So I thought maybe it had some more powers related to soul magic.
The sword has told you the origins of it. It's not a soul. It's not one single soul.
Yeah.
It's the pieces of
even
souls
better.
of all previous owners.
Even better.
Even yours
So
is not.
There's more souls in it than more than one. Or maybe a few more would have fit.
It's kind of a multi-layer Horcrux. I mean,
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see what will be possible to do with it.
I mean, it's a +3 magical item. That's something. That's the first +3 item we have had and seen, by the way.
No,
It's
you have
lonely.
+3 armor in a shop, and there was a +3 deadly arbalete for like 3k in the beginning of campaign. Before
Really?
inflation happened. Yeah.
A +3, what was it?
Arbalete was like death something.
Do you mean like the heavy crossbow?
Yes, heavy crossbow.
But it was more like
invented.
12k. It was 12k, I remember that.
Sure.
It was
we even
12K.
had a gold for it.
How much was it then?
48.
We had enough gold.
14?
Nah. We had enough gold for it. It cannot have been 48. We didn't have that much gold at the time.
And it was super like deadly. It was +3 and it did something on when you roll 19 and then there was some other stuff. Yeah. But we didn't have Paul, I think, back then, so we had no one to
Yeah.
use it.
It was no one's weapon, really. But how can it all of a sudden cost 48k?
War happened. Everyone needs +3 weapons.
I feel like it's something like a GPT mechanism, you know? Every query costs you something. Every time you query the same answer, the question, the price increases. Next time we ask, it will be 60k or so.
It's fine. Just gonna steal it.
We still have to do the heist.
Yes. But it was a surprise, yeah, that we didn't have to fight.
Yeah, actually...
no fighting at all. At all.
I mean, just look at the screen, like, what the army we had on our side was like 14 elite foot soldiers, 6 elite generals, 1, what is that? Dark Knight turned Light Knight on a horse, an archer, and Brados himself. There's 23 units there, without counting us.
And we got the loot, which is even more strange. So there was no fight, and we got the loot.
What loot?
What loot?
The shield.
Something fallen out from the patch of
It's not.
The patch. I think the patch is more like a symbolic thing. I don't expect it to have stats or anything like that. So... I mean, it's a missing patch from Brados.
You can sell it to the Parlor people for like 100k.
Nah, they'll be looking at me. Where did you get this from? Let's, let's purify you, heathen. Oh wait, thinking about it, maybe. Okay, that would be a bit far-fetched, but I was like, maybe this holy item can end the god war. Like, token of peace.
No. Not even the legendary sword can do anything.
You didn't try to give it to the Parlor people. Let's try and see what happens.
So you have the item from the Danudan army. I have the item from the Orcs army. We're missing some items, but we have some. But yeah, let's see the stats. You didn't get the item yet.
Actually, I haven't thought about this, but maybe there's like one legendary item representing every race, kind of. Danudan would be human. Yours would be orc. So there are a few left. So there must be a very good bow out there.
Unless
or crossbow.
That's for
Maybe Rafe already has the
or
book,
else.
which is maybe already the legendary item.
The what?
The book.
That was more about like magic.
Well, the book of the Tiefling origins, or things like that.
Yeah, something
It allows you to
inherited
cast without
from
spells.
dragons.
Guys, like, just like an idea. Next time we come into a city where there's like a magic scroll shop, let's just buy, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 magical scrolls for identify object. That would help us so much. Because I just thought, like, this book Rafe has, we never identified it, right? It could be like a magical item that has stats and so on, we don't know. And,
Let's buy that.
yeah, it should be cheap. I think it's level 1 spell.
It's
Why haven't
25
we-
or 50 gold.
Yeah.
It's probably 100, but still.
First level spell scrolls cost 100.
As if I knew.
It's fine. We have passive income, all of that. All of our farms are producing something.
Actually,
What
yes,
do
we
we
have
do?
passive income of 500, but we never collected it.
Per month.
It was sent to Bob's fighting house.
What do you mean it was sent to Bob's fighting house?
That was your last order after starting the building of the tavern there. You said send all the income to Bob's house. I mean, that's what
No,
Bob said.
everything is fine. Everything's
Oh, not Bob, blah, blah, Sas.
Yeah, but it's a shared income of 500, right?
Correct.
I disagree.
What's done is done.
signed.
But doesn't it have to be signed by all of us? So whatever was signed, it's not legally binding. Screw that. It's a wrong contract. Not all the stakeholders have been signing it. It's obvious.
Yeah, if anything, we can look for
A lawyer.
We can go to royal court, easy.
yeah.
And we
Although
will win
French
because I'm the
law.
princess.
Yeah, and we take the money back, but then we also sue them for the interest, yep, of the whole money.
400 per month. I think it haven't not been a month yet.
How long has it been though? Like I have no clue.
Like 3.
3 weeks maybe.
No.
500 week.
A week.
Per week.
We're rich. It's fine. The bread now it costs 50 gold. Inflation.
I mean, okay, so we can say it went all into the dungeon, but then the return from the dungeon is also shared amongst everyone, right? Stealing money is from all of us. Like the martial arts school. Okay, then that's cool. Then that's fine.
When we get to the Denver, we will see what's going on. Yes. Maybe we got robbed. Or it was bad weather and all the crops are gone. Or there was a disease and all the peasants died.
I mean, but imagine, I mean, I don't care if anything of this happened, because we come back and we'll find out, and then we'll take big time revenge. And that's gonna be fun in itself. So that's okay.
So what do we... I mean, suspecting that you got your scammed shield stats, what are we doing next?
Ah, yeah, good question.
Anything nearby?
We can still loot the whole place, because we know there are like some treasures around, and apparently things didn't explode, so we can do that.
We can start exploding things and maybe we'll find something.
Let's do it the other way around. First find things and then explode things.
Okay.
It's easier this way.
Fine.
So there's the Alfield, which is a ghost city. Hillsfar. Linda's universe. I don't know. There's nothing super specific nearby. We sort of should be going after the Polos front. In Tithir.
Why Polo's friend in Tithir? Polo doesn't have a friend in Tithir. His friend is at the Madei monastery.
Yeah. In the.
We already saved him.
You sure we saved him? I thought we didn't save him.
Like, he was the sole survivor of the whole support squad from the rogues.
Didn't he die with us when we attacked the carriage of His Highness?
No,
the
he was the
rogues
only
side?
survivor besides Polo from the rogues. So we kind of saved him already, unless he's again in trouble.
But did the Polo ask him for location of the mines?
Sure, Polo got all the
Good.
information.
And Polo knows where to go.
Yeah, but no one wanted to come to Tiefling land, because Tiefling Princess had a
Wait,
very
who
strong
wants to go
veto.
there?
The whole party except Brave.
What's the whole point of going there?
Stop Equalizer?
Freedom. Democracy for the Chieflings.
I mean, if you're so sure he's there, we can go there. It's
I mean,
the
we-
border after all, so it doesn't really matter.
That's not right at the border, it's a bit further inside the lands, if I remember correctly.
But it's still outside the living area.
Yes.
To be
wild
fair, I
lands.
don't... Okay. I mean, we know, like, from the Pit of Malice, there was something, then there was, like, at Quirinal, there was, like, something, and then there is a third artifact the Equalizer needs to come back to life, except for the souls, and this is in Tiefling land. That's what I remember.
Well, let's go and destroy it. I mean, I love destroying
Yeah.
He
things.
has he has the ring, he has the cauldron and the souls. He's collected.
Ring?
He has everything.
What ring?
The stone. The circle.
Ah, okay.
Stone circle,
Yeah.
the cauldron on
The
top.
altar.
Altar, cauldron on top, and the souls.
Yeah, but he needed the third thing, didn't he? And that was in Tiefling's land. Or does he have the cauldron already? Yeah, he has. That was the first thing, right?
He had 3 tombs.
Yeah.
2 inside human territory, and 1. Was the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, I don't know about. We don't know about any others.
So we don't know what the third item actually is. But we expect some third item to be there. Otherwise, why would he
Did
need a
we
third one?
ever... Yeah, that's the thing. I just thought that he needed more souls and souls and souls, but we never concluded about 3 items.
The tone was from a Pit of Malice. I don't know if they robbed the one near the Ironwood and took something out of it.
The
And the
cauldron.
third one, we don't know what it is in the third one.
The one near Quirinal was the cauldron. Right? It was held by the statues or something like that.
Yeah, but we never came back to it to confirm that they took it away. Probably they didn't. We don't
Oh,
know.
wait. You're telling me the cauldron might still be there?
We,
Okay, someone just said no, so no.
no? Who said no? GM said no?
I have a strong
Yeah,
gut
yeah.
feeling that it's no.
GM was
It's
like
no.
really paused for me on the...
Really? No, he's moving. For me.
GM, it's not there, right?
Yeah.
They did the excavation and they digged through the ground.
I'm Then the question to you: what do you do next? Because judging by the time,
We had some.
since Polo's friend Valor indicated to you about the third tome, also quite some time.
Oh, we're too late for that too. See, but we can try.
Maybe there's a fast way of finding out. I mean, you're the princess of tieflings. Maybe we can pull some strings and then, we can cut some time and left for Equalizer to accomplish to come back.
Harvard, remember you have this patch?
Yeah? I'm not gonna talk to
To
Parvo.
Barlow?
No.
Had some
I
interest.
might sacrifice the patch to an Akron. Yes. That's the right thing to do for the champion of an Akron.
It's not a soul. It's just a patch.
It's a symbol. I'll feed it to my deity.
You're gonna lose the only item that might really allow.
Oh, Red Samurai! Thank you very much for follow. The party of Power Rangers. Wrapping up actually the session. Hours. Now we are in post-game discussion.
Yeah, I'm checking all the side quests. We have Helena, but whatever. She's been in a court. We have some ships from the guy we hate in the capital. Salamander people.
Yes. At some point, the party made the full list of things they could proceed. They had about 30 or so
Yeah.
quest leads.
Irene Flying Island is
Yes.
still flying. Deck of many things is still there.
Yeah, so it
Where
would be
are
a
the
good
lists?
idea for the party for you now to make a bit of a refreshed list. Like to. Samurai, thanks for joining. We are playing every Monday. Hope to see you also next time. Happy to chat. Game, which is number 119. So for the world map, I think I just posted a picture, but here's a picture I posted chat again with the world map. This is just a world layout, and you can see where the campaign takes place. But what you can see now on the stream in the world map chat, what we use
I mean, it's tempting to
Yeah.
go to the capital and just do
Tabletop
shopping.
Simulator.
But
I will write it for you in a chat.
DM, your voice is
Wait.
broken.
yeah,
It is breaking.
it's typical like
Yeah, is my voice back? Because that I opened the.
Now it is back, but it was like gone for 10 seconds.
Okay, that's because I opened tabletops. So yeah, Samurai, we're using tabletop simulator for battles online, and I really recommend. You can find it on Steam. This is where you can every single encounter for your players. Once you think there will be a bloodbath. Depends on your campaign, and of course depends on. For the general map, it's world and. Thank you very much. Very nice. As a DM. Are you DMing or you're playing?
GM is disappearing basically.
No,
Yeah.
my voice is disappearing. Please don't talk.
Talk to the mic.
Yeah, just don't move your head.
Don't like move. Just don't
Do
move.
this.
Yes.
Okay.
There's no other solution. It's 2023.
Okay, please
Stone
pray
age of technology.
pray to Pavos. Pray to other gods. To keep it working. Yeah, so our campaign runs already for 3 years.
It's tempting to go back to the capital. You know, do we know if there's an exit of the bubble system near the? Well, there is near the Modane Monastery, right? That's the closest.
Yeah. That's actually the closest. Like, if we want to, but maybe let's go through the list of things we have. Have you already updated the list, or
It's
did you
in
just
general.
repost it? Yeah, but is this
It's
the
not updated.
updated
It's
list?
not updated.
It's not updated
updated,
because it
okay.
doesn't copy the formatting from a Google Doc.
Okay.
But there's like 5 or 6 completed from it.
Resurrect diverted targets as different race.
This is a side quest in Kirinal that is always available. Just pack whoever you killed into Kirinal.
Like, if
They
we
can
really
be
want to
resurrected.
punish them. And then we hope they're gonna be resurrected in a fly or so, and not in a werewolf.
But it could be an important NPC that dies, but we need to ask him something. It seems to be cheaper than a parlor people that scam you for 20 or whatever K. The Kirinal can do it for like 5 or 6.
Yeah, but with a real reason.
Yeah, they're just gonna be different race when they resurrected. But they still get the memories and everything.
I don't think they're gonna do it all the time. Like they just did it this time because it was our friend and we really wanted her back.
But our
It's not like,
relationship with
oh,
Kirinal
this is a
like-
free. No, but
it's
I
like
don't think
best
it
of
should
the
be
best.
used like that. No. It's still complicated.
You sent
Rachel?
their
Yeah.
supplies. I made agreement for the supplies from Denver. You made agreements for supplies from the Tieflings. The mayor is our ex-party member. We helped them with griffins. Like, what else? We did all the side quests for the Kirinal.
So, I mean, but that's the only thing we have to do at Kirinal, right? At least for now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
nothing that we
that's
actually have to do. Yeah.
Just
Okay.
send more money and supplies to them. For yeah, that's it.
No, that's okay for a year. Yeah.
Actually, we have so much stuff off this list already crossed out. Bob conversion into electrolytes by dwarf and elf figures. I'm confused. What does that mean?
So there was an information that the necklace was put on Bob by a dwarf and elf figures. So somewhere here, 90% in the Tiefling clans, there is a dwarf and an elf that are sort of electrolyzed representatives. They're like a mini His Highnesses.
That's the
It has
first time I
nothing
hear
to do
that.
with Bob. Bob was already in the other realm. So if he has a necklace, it was put by the Equalizer himself.
No, it was put on this realm in some kind of a torture place. And there was a dwarf and elf, but we don't know any details. I mean, they also had necklaces themselves. So there's a more followers. So basically, it's a quest for the Order of the Shrine.
But dwarf and elf figures, first time I hear about this, was that a vision or?
Same. This is not true.
It was a
Where
secret
does it come?
side quest from Sus.
So how did this? Okay. That's new that this is a dwarf and an elf figure. But this makes it makes so much sense. Just think about it. Like, I mean, you said it right just now. Like, they're kind of equivalents to His Highness. So there was like one higher servant from the human realm, let's call it. He looked human, right? Then there might be one from the dwarven realm and one from the elven realm, and they're all there to infiltrate. So probably we have a very powerful, influential, and rich elf and dwarf as well in either country, let's say.
Yeah, the dwarves
Now it makes
we didn't
sense.
do any quests.
Now we haven't set foot on their land.
And the elves barely just visited their border. But yeah, that was basically an information on what was going on with Bob.
Conversion into electrolyzer?
He didn't voluntarily got the necklace on. His necklace was kind of under torture, pressured.
I mean, if at some point we still want to free him, I still think we might try to contact his father, who's like a very powerful mage.
Or what?
If anyone might have slight interest in helping us, plus has lots of knowledge about probably forbidden arcane things, might be this guy. Just saying. I'm not even sure where he lives anymore.
Lives somewhere, and he's powerful, but what he can offer gold, he can offer connections in a capital, he maybe reference us to Helena or Duke, but we did all of that already. He's not gonna join us on fighting. He can reference us to the university, but we already did that also. We know the dudes from the university.
But he can offer us knowledge. Like, I mean, we know now that Bob is probably controlled probably by an amulet, but we don't know how to break this.
The
But we
Dr.
can ask him.
Rabach is busy with that. He knows what to do. He's in the capital last 3 weeks investigating that.
Okay.
So if we go back to the capital, Dr. Rabach will have some information about soul magic and the amulet for us.
I mean, it would be interesting to go back to Denver also for Farwald to understand what happened with the Salamander people. What's with the lawsuit against Helena with the burning Concordia ship? No, I'm mixing up two things right now, right?
No,
actually that was the same.
To kill the two values.
Yeah, but who cares about that now?
Well,
the dragon's dead. Like,
maybe we cannot save the world, but we can still kill Duvalier. Talking about dragon, we know there are other dragons, right?
Yes.
So maybe next time we see a dragon, we make him our friend and don't let him die.
How do we not let him die?
I mean, the last dragon friend who died, we knew that people were setting out to kill him like an armada of people, and we were like, he'll manage, but he didn't. We could have let him know, at least. Or helped him.
But it wasn't.
Right?
No, it was impossible. Everyone wanted to see him dead. Like thousands of people that couldn't continue doing their job.
What? Like, I mean, we could have sided with the dragon. We could have been infiltrators. You know,
we cannot win against a few dozen ports that were affected.
Who knows? Maybe if we just persuaded him, like, to leave, then he would have left, but he would still be alive. Or he would have been hiding.
I'm pretty sure that he left, but they looked for him really far, because that's what he was supposed to do, go.
But he was just ravaging and destroying ships, right?
No.
Yes.
He was like, I'm a powerful dragon, no one can hurt me, and damn, I'm dead.
Ooh, what I remember is that he just
I'm not
said,
a
Took
"They want you
skeleton.
to ship."
It took them some time to assemble the hunting party, to find everybody who would be interested in it, to fund it, then
We could
to
have signed up.
finally organize the hunt. It was
Yeah,
a
there
big
was time.
event. It was a big event. The Skull of a Dragon.
And also we
is
could have
on
just signed up.
display.
And then we could have sabotaged it from the inside. You know, letting
course.
more ships explode. Oh, that would have been so
You
fun.
were even
If we didn't have-
offered the option to draw back in the Highlands.
The sad thing is we have a main quest to follow, and if we don't, the world is kind of, over. So as much as we would like to delve into many side quests, we can't unless we want the campaign to end early. It feels like, at least. I'd love to take revenge on there, but time is running.
Tell me who you don't want to take revenge.
Right.
Yeah, that's a difficult question.
So we
Well,
go
with
to
Panda, I'm not so sure. But that's kind of the opposite side of Tiefling lands. Maybe,
Yeah, this
maybe
is like the
we
only
inqu-
chance to go there.
maybe we inquire our gods and be like, "Hey gods, what's the actual status? You know, from 1 to 10, how close are we to the end of the campaign?" Stuff like that, and then we can maybe make an educated guess if we should go directly to Tiefling lands or if we have time to go to Denver. Does it make sense? Or maybe we find out by talking to them we don't even have to go to Tiefling lands. They're like, nah, it's way too late. You can
Tiefling
object.
Clans is our only trace to the Order of the True Knight. If there's other ways to chase them down, we don't have to go there. Like if you can ask your deity, hey, where is the nearest office of the Order of the True Knight?
I mean, if I get Intellect Fortress, I kind of have 5 questions for free to any deity I choose to bother. So,
Yeah, you can do that next time then, but it has to be a useful deity, meaning not Anachron. No.
That it's different. It's not like if I talk to Anachron like being his champion. If I use the spell, it kind of forces him to communicate with me. It's a very different setting, which is also maybe a bit disrespectful towards my deity, but.
You remember, yeah.
It might be faster to talk here rather than to just go and wander around in a Tiefling's land. But then we are solely relying on your success of your magic.
But this is easy. I mean, look, worst case scenario, even though having advantage on saving throws, I'll not make it. And then I'm just crazy for 1 day. Then you have 1 day of annoying Farwald. You manage that. Next day we do this again. That's fine. There's no stacking damage or so. It's not like I'm gonna stay crazy at some point.
Yeah, that's...
So maybe we could ask Kothus, because Tiefling land is kind of Kothus' realm, right? So maybe that's where he would know the most. And as far wait, was Kothus against the Equalizer?
No, they were friends.
Yeah. Forget what I
They're
just
both
said.
kind of like a young gods or something like that.
So how does Ray feel about that? Going against the equalizer is a friend of her god.
What? You mean the equalizer is not friend with my god?
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. That's another invention from Zaz.
TM.
Can you
That's
please-
what I got from a conversation.
What's the question?
If Kozud
That's-
is friends with the equalizer.
Yes.
I mean, if in case of doubt, we can ask him, right?
Also is closer to electrolyzer than closer to power. Or electrolyzer. Or food electrolyzer.
It's
Also
just
is
it's
friend
not that the
with,
direct enemy, like
Parvites.
Kozud is a newer
An
god,
icon.
kind of.
Do you
Also is
remember?
friends with Anak.
Do you remember how Kossos was described by an icon?
No. Probably is not so bright, but I don't remember.
Not so bright and very straightforward.
So they're
But kind of the useful smaller brother or the not useful smaller brother? I don't get the
I mean,
vibe.
of course, Kossos has his own agenda. But if you're thinking about the gods and the rivalries, technically every single god on Tethir now is a part of the Pelor's pantheon. Technically.
Yeah, there's some gods who are
Equalizer.
like in between, right?
An equalizer is a representative of another pantheon.
Okay, DM is
The
just
messenger.
confusing us.
Okay.
What do we do?
Please reformulate your question so I can get less confused. Only by
The
information that you
Koso-
know.
The Koso and Farvel's deity would work together against electrolyzer. Most likely.
They definitely could. The
So we
latest
can ask
events,
Koso.
the latest events, of course, have changed that status quo.
Okay, we'll ask Koso about this. Let's open. We have Tiefling Princess.
Because as far as
I
it
wouldn't
goes, it's an icon who can make some mad stuff. It can really take him far.
Anacron is the chaos kind of joker in this game. No one knows which side he's on, not even himself. What about Kothis though? Is he Joker as well, or is he more aligned
Brave,
with
how,
something?
what is the opinion of Kothos back at home?
I mean, I don't think that he wants to ally with any gods. It's like it's his own interest. Don't follow anything else.
Doesn't mind
Okay.
talking, following other gods, right?
I know, as long as they have something that he might be interested in.
He is straightforward, which is a complete opposite of my deity, and that's good. You ask him questions,
Yeah,
he gives you answers.
But can
That's
be
what
also very
happened.
cruel, right? And
What
expects any
cruel?
help to
In what
be
way?
good. He'll punish
give him
you,
stuff,
he
he
helps
gives
you,
you
and you
answers.
don't give something back.
Yeah.
If you ask him for something, he's gonna expect you to sacrifice something afterwards because he helped you and gave you information.
Yeah, there's no problem. But at
Yeah,
least he
that's why I'm
gives
not
you
doing
a
that, but you
clear
can do
answer.
that.
Because he's a straightforward deity and not like Anacron, who is mad, or like my deity that is just gives you hints. Koso is just like, you want this, go there. That's it.
But last time we already asked Kozov, and like it wasn't like the greatest answers in the world. remember
It
about the
was.
book.
You asked about the book,
No?
and it gave you all the answers.
Yeah, I just knew, okay, my family is complicated. I cannot do it by myself, but I don't even know where to find the answers.
Could ask them. You didn't ask. You asked if you can.
I cannot ask that.
Will be injured and stuff.
Exactly, the only things that I can answer. Yes, no, maybe relevant, that's it. That's not enough information.
Actually, I had a different conversation with Klaus, and he was more verbose than yes, no. It's maybe a limitation of this forward spell.
It is how the spell works.
Yeah, but you can have a different conversation with Klaus. That will be more like a forward talks to his mad scientist god. More like in person, you know. Hey, what's up? Give me
Yeah,
items.
he wasn't very smart that day because you didn't sacrifice anything important. He still talked to you, which is like, oh, he's getting stupid, but okay.
I'm doing what he expects to do, and he's giving me information. I don't understand why we shouldn't not talk to him. I would talk to him.
Maybe because you're just a monk, he doesn't expect much from you, but he expects a lot from me. So
He
yeah.
just he at least he directly tells what he wants, like, and you can give it to him, and he's clear to talk to, you know, straightforward. He wants gold, you give him
Talk to him.
gold. He wants your favorite book, you give him your favorite book, stuff like that.
Yeah, next time give him the sword.
Leaving to the capital, shopping.
Yes. So,
staying in
So-
Helena.
what is your plan, approximate plan for the next game? As you have now completed your adventure both into the Danodan statue mausoleum, also to hear me?
It's really bad. It's up and down again. Yeah. Oh, you kicked someone.
Just, I will close our battlefield. Just in case. Just put the background map there. Sharing is not, yeah. So yeah, you have completed the Danodan statue mausoleum adventure, and now you've also visited Olympus Fortress. Forward. What? Can you hear me?
It's still really bad. I don't know
I didn't do
what you
anything.
did, but you changed the settings before you started like streaming the actual
I didn't
battlefield.
change anything. I didn't move.
Just speak to the mic.
But it was
then
working
it's
nice
over.
before.
Speak to the mic.
Yeah.
Speak to
Yes,
the mic.
yes, good.
Like that,
No.
like that. Don't move. Yes.
No, come on. This is already ASMR of a kind.
No, it
That's
doesn't
the time.
sound bad. It's okay.
Are you sure? Okay, the moment it gets too bad, tell me.
And
I'm
if
gonna
anyone
check
has
it
any
later.
other side quests, they
So,
wanna do.
You, I would really recommend you as a party to go through the list of potential quest leads that you had before and figure out which of them might be still relevant or alive. Because as usually, you know, things are moving and shifting, and not all of the things which are relevant a month ago might be still relevant today. That's one thing. The second thing, of course, it makes sense that SAS has some business to meet Dr. Ravage. It's been already a while, and his research. SAS also needs to visit his school of fighters, and he needs to observe also what happens with the tavern back in your lands. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Also, SAS has negotiated with university professors. Remember? So, yeah, he made some deals with them. And you can also You also have a couple of the flaming skulls in your inventory to deal with. Rafe, are you
could
writing
sell
it
them
all
to the
down?
Mage University.
What's your cost?
Yeah, that's of course
You
up
wanted to
to.
give it to Custody, yeah.
Yes, that's on the very top of my head. As per Farvold, yes, Farvold is and Icron are at odds now with Pelor. So how is he gonna do what he's gonna do about it? Which side he's on? That's for Farvold to realize and commit in a way.
I mean, Farwold has
Paladin
all
of
his
Battle?
power comes from Anachron. Of course, he's with Anachron. The moment he's not, he loses all his power. Like that's out of the question.
You have this very warm light right behind you.
I have very warm light behind me.
Yes, the lamp.
Yeah.
The light of Pelor
Appearances.
is
Appearances
The light of
deceive.
Father.
the light of
Appearances
Pelor is
deceive.
always next to you. So I'm saying that there's nothing impossible, but yeah, Farvold can play a role in the conflict which he has started actually in Pelor and Icron. So it's up for him how to resolve it. Or for to intensify or pacify, that's in Farvold's hands as champion of Icron. Especially after completing the Olympus Fortress. As for Rave has some information regarding the book. She has collected the books about the Tieflings' origins from the crypt, and she needs help in identifying the book. Not only identifying, but also reading, understanding them. And this is not the knowledge which is supposed to be public, or is something you can easily share with someone. I mean, of course she can, but she knows what kind of political problems it can cause. So that's what Rafe should think about it. So the books that she uncovered, the relation with family. As for Paulo, he has his friends. His Balor friend, who is seemingly to be all fine as of now. And but Balor had a lead for you regarding the Equalizer and his tomb, the third tomb. But it has been already quite some time since then, so realistically speaking, it's probably too late already to catch anyone there, but going there to investigate still makes sense, to follow up on the trail.
At the same time, I mean, it was His Highness on the way with his caravan, right? And the altar
Somewhere.
to the
Yes.
Tiefling lands. And we stopped him. And then we took the altar and we moved the altar west
Yes.
until we
Yes.
left the altar. And then they moved the altar again against east.
Yes.
So we
you
were buying
perfectly
some time,
know-
right?
Yes, exactly. You know that you have dwindled his progress of Equalizer, with especially as you seize the soul jars. But his plan is still running on. You also know that the Shahlands are now in the civil war state. So what's something that didn't happen here in Tethir and also on the border of Tieflings is now ravaging through Shahlands. You've heard about
Something
the
that
news
didn't
here in the latest town you visited.
I mean, the Shah died.
Yeah,
Mhm.
What
that's
else?
that's
Some time
old
ago
news.
already.
So there's a succession war now, or
Yes,
what
there is a
it?
succession war there.
Okay.
Yes.
You can just conquer the
it-
Shahlands.
Yes, you also... I mean, I hope you're writing it all down, Rafe. What I'm saying.
You? I'm
Because
not.
Because Rafe, or you. Because I'm basically doing the notes for you.
Oh,
Farvold also is... it's time to come back for Gaki.
Yeah, Fault has many reasons to come back. So one is Gaki, the other one is the temple. Like the salamander people were attacking the temple, and he needs and wants to find out about that. What happened further? Then there's the court, like the
Helena?
lawsuit against Helena,
Yes.
and she's kind of I mean, she's the leader of his temple, and yeah, so Farbot cares about that too.
Not the
Farbot
leader,
has
but
lots of
member of the
reasons.
inner circle of the. He's a high
No,
priestess.
she's leading the temple. She's the high priestess. She was the highest in the society of the temple. That's how it
No.
was always communicated.
No. He's one of the main
Wait.
figures there, yes.
So who's the main figure?
That's a good question, Farwell.
I asked this, and in the past it was Helena. What changed?
Okay, we can explain it maybe more later. Or I can do it before the
Okay.
next game. Yeah, so Farwell has quite a lot of things to finish up in Dunver.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You never went to Volund Kingdom, to the dwarves?
We had no quest there.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I mean, except this dwarf who put the amulet on Bob. That's the first big lead we have, kind of. I mean, even the dwarf is in Volund Kingdom, but one
That
could
we just
expect
learned
that.
about today.
Yes, so there is also Bob and his adventure. We will have some solo game with Sergey about that. Should be scheduled. Yes, you'll have Breen. So let's regarding your former party members, Breen and Kua. They are both in Kirinal. So Rizantar was
Griffins.
recovering. Yeah. I also remember about your Griffins who are slowly growing. And Rizantar was recovering from his wounds back in Made Fortress. Who else from your party members?
That's
Bayan.
it.
Bayan is still capital, probably. Yeah, so many leads, many threats, but can I assume that the next game you are trying to get to the capital?
That depends on what the gods say, right?
Okay, so what do you want to do next? Do you want to have a conversation with gods separately, each of you?
I thought like all types of deities. Like we can ask our deities like in prayer kind of thing, and then we can also force other deities to answer the spell questions.
Yeah, for Kothus, you would need an altar in any of the towns. Ideally. For Sas, usually the visions come to him. He's not forcing them. Farvald is usually calling to an Ikram. He has a phone number of his. Polo doesn't have a reliable connection with his deity. I would say
also
Polo
doesn't
has the
need it.
Polo has the most unreliable connection with his deity. It's a luck based.
But it
Yeah.
fits the overall
Yeah.
mindset.
So, okay. So I assume you want some. You will have some. Maybe Farvald is gonna cast maybe some spells for deity conversations. Okay.
Can
What
do.
else?
All my stuff is in capital. I counted around 14 side quests.
Okay. So Sas really needs to go there. Makes sense.
Farwald kind of too has. So he doesn't have many side quests, but girlfriend coming out of rehab, that's kind of something.
Yeah, true. Okay. So then Rafe, rehab.
What? I don't need to
Go
hurry
in-
help.
Going to capital.
There was a song
Yeah,
about that.
it's fine. No, I just need to
Wasn't
find
His
someone.
Highness still in a prison, interrogated?
What?
TM?
He should be in
was.
prison, like
He should be, yeah.
like a prisoner.
No, wait. He went into his ghost form, and then he hovered back all the way to the capital
got
where
him.
they set him up. So
got
they
him,
killed
they
him.
captured
Yeah.
He was captured, yes, he was
He
captured
was captured.
by the ambush.
So we do need
You
Helena
knew
to-
about it, that you warned Helena about it, yes, so.
Yeah, I thought they killed him. That was the whole idea.
No, nobody kills in the capital.
Oh
You've-
god.
15
Those are
seconds.
secret
So we can-
services, they've asked questions first.
So we can fight him again at some point. It was so fun the last time.
I mean, didn't you
Right.
say just an hour ago, ooh, how was your expectations and reaction on today's game? 1 out of 10. I'd rather fight head on, huh? Was you.
Yeah. Well, not me. I was asking, and then Sas said 1 out of 10, and then I agreed because I didn't want to be the first one to say it. So technically,
Brave,
But-
what was your reaction on today's game from 1 to 10? 1 is fighting head on. And
Well,
10
I
is
wanted to
was very good.
fight. But we didn't fight, so like 5.
no, but 5 was out of the question. It's not possible to be neutral.
What do you
It
mean?
is possible.
one?
That's why you have a scale. It's not yes or no.
Well, it's more
Yeah,
interesting if from
interesting.
1 to 10 you take out a 5, then you understand what people really think.
Rafe was
Oh.
good either way.
Yeah, I also like not dying, so yeah.
I mean, it was okay not to fight, but next time, no. Don't fight.
Okay, so 2 players are saying they need to go to capital. Rafe, you joining them?
Yeah, I don't really have a clue on where I can find my answers, so. My interpretation of the books and all of that.
But interpreting the books, wouldn't a tiefling be the one to help you best? Wouldn't you find this person in tiefling land rather than in Tithir?
That's Kokoso. He will translate.
Or also, I don't know.
No, Kusul has nothing to do with this.
Like, so for Polo, for example, it would also make sense to go east. Like, he would follow the leads from his friend from Baldur, and so that's interesting because technically, it could be that 2 characters would go east, 2 would go west. I mean, it's possible based on points of interest, but it's not playable, is it?
By 2 characters, you mean Polo and Farwell?
No, I
Okay.
meant, yeah. I mean, technically, there is this potential interest that Rafe could go east instead of west.
I mean, that's for Rafe to decide.
I have no clue who I can ask. So,
Give it to Sas, the book. He will help you.
no, you only cause more trouble.
That's always one
Trust.
guide.
Trust. Just give me the book.
Okay, so far I assume that you're going to capital. Okay, then I would need to do the preparation for that.
16 side quests, yes. That I have on.
More than that. Okay, then I will be stopping the stream in this moment. Thank everybody who joined, and thank our latest followers. Specifically, call them by name. They deserve that. I need the full list. Well, Red Samurai, thank you very much, and Charlie Xavier D&D. So we had 2 followers today. Good result. Then other than that, thank you very much, and see you next time in the week. Next Monday in the world of Tithir.